Well, hey everybody, it's CamDog83. The day is here. The big stream. It's finally here. Glad to be here with you. I'm going to start off this stream as I forgot to load the chat. Let me get that loaded real quick. We have some changes to the agenda. I could not get RBI Baseball to load. To save my life, I tried. Believe me. I was up till about 3 a.m. trying to get it to work. I was able to get every other game to work. Out of the Park Baseball still on the docket. And NBA 2K21 is still on the agenda, but no RBI Baseball. Game won't load. In a couple of weeks' time, RBI Baseball 21 will be coming out, and it includes a create a player mode. So I'm kind of excited for that anyway, and we'll be buying that in a couple of weeks. So I'm done with RBI Baseball for now. So because the game won't load. Every other game works, but that one does not. So we've got a big stream planned for you. This first little bit is going to be the introduction, and then I was going to play RBI Baseball starting at 11:30. That's not happening. And I was going to play that for, an hour or so. At 1 o'clock, Farzin Vousoughian will join us. We're going to talk Chiefs. We might get into some Golden Knights and some Lakers. He's a big fan of those teams, so we might get into that. And then at 2:30, I'm sorry. Yes, at 2, gonna have our interview that was taped in advance with the Critical Android, and then play some NBA 2K21 after that. And then from there, I'll just kind of wing it until about 5 o'clock. When Jason Neland will be on from Carry the Cross Ministries to discuss his ministry. Included in that is On Eagle's Wings Farm, which we'll talk about. And then at 5:30, we'll start wrapping up the stream and be off by 6. So you're stuck with me. If you're choosing, you're stuck with me for the next, 7 hours. So I will be monitoring the chat from time to time. So, yeah. Let's get rolling with it. So, I start out every stream by reminding you can go to nonamenerd.com, and you can use my promo code CamDog83. You can get 10% off your order. I'll mention this shirt that I'm wearing has my logo on it. Is from these guys, No Name Nerd. So, they got lots of cool stuff. Let's pause on that for a minute. You can see they got some custom jerseys that you can have made. You can customize just about anything: hats, hoodies, T-shirts, wife beaters, mugs, masks, you name it. They do special designs on stuff, so if you're looking for that unique design for every day where that combines your love for all things nerd with some artistic flair, 15 pieces of flair. These special collections are based on beautiful illustrations that bring together nerd topics in casual fashion. As always, they are made with the same comfort and quality from the No Name Nerd that allows your inner nerd to shine. And there's merch. You got wristbands, you got little bottle thingies that go around your bottle or your can. They've got hoodies. And I say this every time. You're dealing with a guy, Brian. It's not the email for the contact us isn't service at nonamenerd.com or customer support at nonamenerd. No, it's Brian. Brian is a guy, and he's a cool dude. My podcast, Observations and Comments, currently available wherever you listen to your podcasts, whether it's Apple Podcasts, Breaker, Google Podcast, Overcast, Pocket Cast, Radio Public, and Spotify. Just look for observations and comments. Look for this Schnazzy logo. And, yeah. And I want to start off, I'm going to switch to headshot here real quick. I want to play this video. I got the go-ahead
but we've been
from both the people that put this on, the Grizzly Awards, as well as the band. Theody got their permission to show their live performance at the Grizzly Awards. This was, I want to say, a week ago. In fact, it was a week ago. It was on Saturday. And this is their performance, so I want to share it with you all right now. And then we'll come out the other side of it, and we'll continue our introductions. So here is the video.
Been very blessed to have had these live streams in the meantime. So thank you so much. I'm going to pass it off to my friend Caitlin now.
Good evening. I'm Caitlin from the Midnight Wedding. Congratulations again to Disciple. We've got a lot more categories to come tonight. Our next winner announcement will come from a category that was added just for this year. The Cover Song of the Year category celebrates the way each nominee put their own unique spin on songs you know and love. But first, we've got another performance. This performer was a nominee for Electronic Rock Song of the Year for their song, The In-Between. Hailing from Fayetteville, Arkansas, we're excited to welcome Theody.
Burning my hands, my grip is failing. Pray that if I'm gonna fall, you're gonna come rescue me. Smell the rain in the air, the sky is churning. Safety between you and me, safety is all that I need. Tell me, what's the point of it now? Quit dragging this out. Burning my eyes, but I can't help it. Pray that if I'm gonna fall, I'm gonna land on my feet. Taste the smoke in the air, who are we kidding? Distrust, the fire you feed consumes the future we dream. Tell me, what's the point of it now? Quit dragging this out. Stuck here in the
Alright, that was Theody, Charles and Lauren and Chad, the drummer. Good guys. Good people. That was the In-Between that they performed live at the Grizzly Awards a week ago. And my thanks to the Grizzly Awards. I'm trying to find a place to set my phone here. My thanks to the Grizzly Awards for allowing me to broadcast that, as well as Theody for giving their permission. And we might show that a little later on as well. I've got some other videos that I might show. I'd have to have them with the sound off based on their content. But yeah. Got some other videos that I might show later. I took over the winter. We went to some light displays and I caught some footage of it. And so I think it'd be cool to kind of show that off. Gonna hold that off till a little bit later. It is 11:13. I am looking over, see if there's any late breaking news about baseball that's coming up, because spring training games start tomorrow. So let's take a look here. I got it pulled up. Let's see. The Giants and Scott Kazmir agreed to a minor league deal. That just posted a few minutes ago. His deal is official. He will report to spring training per Kerry Crowley of the Bay Area News Group. So, good for Scott. Hoping he can make a comeback. And that'd be cool to see. So. Some injury notes. Nothing of note really there. Shortstop extension candidates. Let's see. Baez, Peterson, Kopech. Javi Baez wants to remain with the Cubs, not depart in free agency. Patrick Mooney of The Athletic tweets, "Obviously, I want to stay here. I don't want to play for another team," Baez said. Though the Cubs may lose the opportunity to extend the two-time All-Star if they don't do so by the time the season begins. Baez stated he'll probably put a deadline on talks in spring training. One moment, I'm just making sure we got good levels going on here. Oh yeah, we do. Okay. Let's see. One of Baez's new teammates, outfielder Jock Peterson, told Russell Dorsey of the Chicago Sun-Times and other reporters that he turned down longer offers to join the Cubs. The former Dodger inked a one-year, $7 million guarantee with the Cubs because of the allure of playing every day. Peterson was a platoon player in Los Angeles, where the left-handed swinger batted .238, .349, .501 over 2,132 trips to the plate versus righties. On the other hand, clever, he managed an ugly .191, .266, .310 line at 385 plate appearances against Southpaws. See, Tony La Russa says Michael Kopech will open the season in the bullpen. See, minor transactions. Phil Pfeffer. I think that's probably Pfeiffer. Here in a little bit, I'm going to load up some out of the park baseball. We'll get that going. See if there's anything specific to the Royals here. Oh, yes. Kelvin Herrera announced his retirement yesterday. Two-time All-Star and 2015 World Series champion Kelvin Herrera announced today via Twitter that he is retiring after spending parts of 10 seasons in the major leagues. He said, quote, "I want to thank everyone who has been a part of my career, starting with the Kansas City Royals organization, who believed in this kid from Tenares, Dominican Republic, and gave him a chance to do something meaningful with his life." Herrera wrote in his announcement, "From ownership to the front office, the staff, my teammates, and last but not least, the fans, I owe you guys everything." Herrera went on to thank both the Nationals and White Sox organizations for welcoming him as well. For the time being, Herrera says he plans to focus on his family, Charles Stanley, and the next chapter of his life. Herrera is still just 31 years old. He's been around the majors for a decade due to the Royals calling on him for his major league debut at just 21 years of age. Pitched in just 2 games in that 2011 season, but he was an immediate success in 2012, his first full season at the MLB level. In 84 1/3 innings, he worked to a pristine 2.35 ERA with 19 holds, 3 saves, and a heater that averaged a blistering 98.5. In a normal year, that overwhelming success would have no doubt garnered Rookie of the Year considerations. But 2012 happened to also be the rookie season for Mike Trout, Yoenis Cespedes, and Yu Darvish, who commanded nearly every top 3 vote on the ballot that year. Let's see, that goes on, blah, blah, blah. And then the Royals dumped him. In 2018, they picked up Kelvin Gutierrez, Blake Perkins, and Johans Morel. Hanser Alberto, sneaky good signing. The Royals' Hanser Alberto only received a minor league deal during the winter, though it sounds as if he has a good chance to earn a spot on their season-opening roster. Manager Mike Matheny called the addition of Alberto a sneaky good signing earlier this week. Lynn Worthy of the Kansas City Star writes, "Alberto spent the previous 2 seasons with the Orioles before joining the Royals. Alberto didn't hit for much power or draw many walks in Baltimore, but he did see quite a bit of time in 2 outfield positions. 2 infield positions, second and third, and make life difficult on left-handed pitchers, against whom he slashed .394, .411, .532, and 280 trips to the plate." So he didn't produce much, but that is a good on base, .411. The slug's a little low. So it sounds like he will walk and he will hit singles. Sounds like a recipe for success. Andrew Benintendi was acquired by the Royals in a trade. Let's see. The Royals had explored signing a deal with Jurickson Profar. I like this trade. I do. Yeah, here we go. This is a better. So, Franchi Cordero goes to Boston along with right-hander Josh Winkowski, that the Royals acquired from the Mets and then immediately shipped to Boston. So he was a Royal for like half a second. Let's see. The Boston organization also receives 3 players to be named later, 2 from Kansas City and 1 from New York. On their end, the Mets will add KC outfield prospect Khalil Lee. So, the Khalil Lee going to the Mets, Benintendi to the Royals, Cordero to the Red Sox, as well as Josh Winkowski, who did a quick switcheroo. So he went from the Mets to the Royals to the Red Sox. Benintendi is under control through 2022. He'll earn $6.6 million for the upcoming season under a 2-year arbitration agreement he made previously with the Sox. The Sox will pick up $2.8 million of Benintendi's 2021 salary. There's no doubting Benintendi's talent. He's largely produced above-average offensive numbers while delivering well-rated, versatile glove work across the outfield. Benintendi shone in particular in 2018. He ran a 290, 366, 465 slash. Why are we getting these guys who can't slug? Anyway. Regardless of that, I do like the trade. Let's pull up Benintendi's baseball reference page here. This is either going to work out immensely or is going to fall flat. I mean, he is only 25. He didn't get a whole lot of playing time, as you can see, but he hits for doubles. He's got a little bit of pop. But I like it. His projected numbers for this upcoming year: 263, 8 homers, 39 runs batted in, but his fielding is pretty good. You can see he had a perfect fielding rating last year. Across all positions, he had pretty good fielding numbers in 19. See, he hasn't dipped below. I mean, the lowest I see here is 976. He's done that a couple times. Good glove. He's a young player. That's somebody that, you know, the Royals, they could either extend him long term or in 22, maybe during spring training or at the deadline, they can flip him. You know, if they know they're not going to re-sign him, flip him to another team. And, you know, by that point, he'll be, what, 26, 27, somewhere around there. When was he born? Oh, yeah, he'll be... So he's coming up on 27 in July. Man, 94. That doesn't make me feel old at all. But, yeah, you know, you can maybe flip him at that point, or if you want to extend him at that point, you can. So, I think if they do extend him, you know, maybe 3 years guaranteed with a 4th-year option, that would be the player's option, would be, you know, that would be something. That seems reasonable. So I'm going to start getting out of the park loaded up here because it's almost 11:30. But, so there's Benintendi, the latest Royal. Alright, let's look now. Let's keep looking. I have pre-ordered. Whoops. Okay. There we go. I was just getting it prepped. I have pre-ordered Out of the Park 22, and that will be dropping next month. So I'm looking forward to that. Let's see. Royals not interested in Puig. Good. I think he does more harm than good. Plus, he's getting older. Like, he just turned 30. Plus, you know, I don't like the way he just, like, quit on the Mets last year. Like, it was the way he did it. It wasn't that he did it. It was, you know, if he came to them and said, you know, dude, I don't know with this corona going on, like, I don't want to play. But he, like, just straight up didn't show up and didn't tell anybody. And so people were worried about him, you know, like, gosh, I hope he wasn't killed, you know. Yeah, I mean, I think Puig is, he's not a bad player, but I think he's a bit overrated. He's got decent power. You know, hits for average. He does get on base. I will grant him that. But, yeah, I feel like he's slightly overrated. Like, not super overrated. He is a good player, but let's see. Hanser Alberto signed. Sal Perez enters walk here. Says he hasn't spoken with the Royals about an extension, though he's on the record saying he'd like to retire as a Royal, per Lynn Worthy of the Star. Perez fell off the map while missing the 2019 season, but bounced back in a big way during the shortened 2020 season, slashing .333, .353, .633 over 156 plate appearances. It's easy to imagine the Royals quietly extending their MVP from the 15 World Series, but if he has anywhere near as productive a season this year as last, there may be a legitimate competition for his services. Lest we forget exactly how highly regarded Perez was as the game manager in Royals' competitive run from 2013 to 17. He made 6 All-Star games, won 3 Silver Sluggers and 5 Gold Glove Awards. He'll have wrapped his age 31 season when he hits free agency after 2021. I think Sal he's not a Hall of Famer yet. Like, if he retired right now, I don't think he would get in. But he's building quite a case. I mean, look at that, the home run production. Even here, in 37 games, 11 homers. Imagine projecting that out over a full season. He is projected to hit 20 home runs this year, 62 RBI, and hit 256. That seems more likely. The 333, yes, that was awesome. But I think, because he hit 331 here as a rookie, and also, well, about the same number of games, 39 games. So I think over a short sample size, even there he hit 301 in 76 games in 2012. When he plays more, his average dips, and that's a lot of that has to do with him being behind the plate. But yeah, I think he is building a case here. If he has another, so what he's played basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 full seasons, and parts of 3 others. If he maybe has another 2 to 3 good years, we might be electing him to Cooperstown when he's done. Alright, we are going to shift gears now. Let's switch to this here real quick. And we're going to get going with some out-of-the-park baseball. So, I'm debating about whether I want to do a historical sim or start a standard game. I think we'll do a new standard game with the independent leagues. Oh, I forgot to switch scenes. This is what we're looking at. So we're going to get all the leagues in here. We'll even include the World Baseball Classic. We'll call this the Big Stream League. So wait for that to load. While that's loading, I need to do something real quick. Some behind the scenes administrative stuff. Actually, I can move that over here. That way we can have that continue to be on the screen. Maybe. There it goes. Oop, there it went. Come on. Alright, now I'm going to be over here. Alright, waiting for that to load here. Getting a meeting set up for Farzin. Be joining us at 1 o'clock. Schedule a meeting. There we go. One. It's going to be a 30-minute meeting. And it's taking its sweet time to load, isn't it? Okay, copy invitation. And we'll get this going. So I'm going to start unemployed on this. And then see who offers me a job. There's Farzin. Okay, I'm gonna go in and schedule one for my buddy Jason. Okay, got his ready. Copy. Also eventually load. Jason Neland, there he is. Okay. Alright, so I got those posted. Now we just wait. Here, I'll go back to the 2 wide here. I'm excited about the interviews, especially. I've been talking Chiefs with Farzin. Jason at 5. He's gonna get a chance to talk about his ministry, and man, I'm excited about that. And also, my interview with Critical Android that I did earlier this week. We taped that on Thursday. Grab a sip here. And I'm excited to get that played as well. Critical Android, he's a good dude. Alright, Jason gave me the thumbs up. We're at 98%. I had a ton of drop frames right at the beginning of the stream. It was at like 99.9%. I dropped like 249 frames within the first like 30 seconds. I haven't had a single drop frame since. It was weird. Alright, so that's at 100. So it should be loading here pretty soon. I want to be the GM of a franchise. So we'll see who offers me a job, and we'll take it. Meanwhile, let the plug my phone in. Haven't seen Wolf yet. I don't know if he's watching. Wolf is my mod. He might be joining us a little later. I am monitoring the chat, so feel free to join in anytime. Okay. Come on out of the park. What are we doing? Shouldn't take this long to load. I was concerned late last night when nothing was working. Everything was like freezing on me. I was like, I'm gonna have to cancel this thing after I planned so hard for it. And but I was able to run a disk scan, and everything's, appears to be working just fine. Oh, there, it's starting to move. Okay, so I want to be just the GM. I'm gonna start unemployed and see who offers me a job. If anybody. No one's offering me a GM position? Oh, here's some GM jobs. Milwaukee Milkmen. The T-Bones. They're not the T-Bones anymore. Chicago Dogs. The California Dogecoin? That's an actual team name? Okay, so it starts right here. So I could go manage the general manage the Weichuan Dragons, the Alpine Cowboys, Bakersfield Train Robbers, Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers, the California Dogecoin. I think I want to take a job in Chicago. I was, after all, born there. New goals. Welcome to the Chicago Dogs organization. I trust that our working relation will be a good one. I will submit some new goals each year that I'd like to see you accomplish, as well as winning on the field and turning a profit. Completing these goals is the best way to keep me happy. Goals: play 500 ball this season, upgrade at shortstop, reach the round 2 in the next 4 seasons. That's the championship series. I'm going to set it to news from your entire organization. So Chicago Dogs are an independent team in the American Association. And let's see. Let's go. Let's switch it to this scene for a while. So my manager is Butch Hobson. I think he managed in Boston several years ago. My bench coach. Ooh, I don't have a bench coach. Let's look at our staff. We'll start there. Okay. So I don't have an assistant GM, a bench coach, or a scouting director at the moment. So let's fix that. Okay, that's helping here. Alright, let's look at bench coaches. Apologize. I was disconnected there for a moment. I am back. Alright, so I'm going to offer Mike Sosha. So I offered a assistant GM position to Jim Bowden. I'm now going after Mike Sosha to be our bench coach. Now let's look at scouting directors. Don't really need anyone to scout the minors. Need a good amateur scout. Carmen Fusco seems like a good fit. Alright, so we have offers into there. So just make sure we're still connected here. Are we connected? Just make sure we're still connected here. I have no visual. What's going on? Okay, let's try reloading it all together. One moment. Trying to figure out why I have no visual right now. Why is it not showing video? What on earth? We can do this, Cameron. We can do this. Okay, I'm showing video there. Okay, cool. We got video now. Sweet. I believe we still have audio. We'll know here in a second. We got video now. Yep. All right. Proceed. So I offered Jim Bowden the assistant GM job, Mike Sosha as the bench coach, and I picked a scouting director that is good at scouting amateurs, because that's what you need in professional, independent baseball. All right, let's look now at our roster and see. They said we need to upgrade at shortstop, so let's see who we have. Tyler Ladendorf. Oh, hit a robust .074 in Durham last year. In the game last year. And we have Harrison Smith, who hit at .207. So yeah, let's see. I'm going to first look and see who we might have available in the free agency situations going on. Yeah, we're not getting Puig, that's for sure. Free agents. We'll look at shortstops. Tim Beckham, Unieski. Pedro Florimon, 33, wouldn't be bad. Can offer him a minor league deal, see if he'll take it. If we can't get anybody to sign, then, Florimon doesn't like our deal. Might try to work some trades. Okay, so Carmen Fusco. Sign. Let's delete some of these. Yeah, I don't need any of those. I should have just said delete all. It's not as fun, though. Are we already playing? Oh, we're playing games. It said preseason, so I didn't think we had games going on. Okay. There's our pending offer to Mr. Florimone. Oh yeah, I want to go set my manager options. Let me do that real quick. As it decides to take forever to load. Okay. So we're playing some out-of-the-park baseball. I originally planned to play some RBI baseball during this time. And RBI baseball decided, you know, I don't want to load for you. So I'm going to wait for RBI baseball 21 to come out and give that a shot. If that also doesn't load, I mean, I got lots of playing time out of RBI baseball 20. I played probably more than I should have at some points. I think I logged like 180 hours of it. So I got my $29.99 out of it that I paid for it, but it's kind of frustrating that it won't load now. So I just am playing a little extra out of the park baseball today. So I'm doing a not a historical sim. I'm doing a present day, as you know, as far as starting with the 2020 season, and then you know, a little bit later on when Out of the Park was actually scheduled, I'll probably do some historical simulating at that point. So okay, I've received a personal message. Let's see. Should play 500 ball. Alright, so Pedro doesn't want to sign. Okay, and Soch wants an increase in salary. Jim Bowden agrees to the deal. Good deal. Alright, let's go in here. Let's fix some of these. Okay, so manager, demotion, promotion. I'll let our assistant handle that. I'll sign free agents, release players, that sort of thing. Initiate reactive trades, drafting. I'll keep that there. Jimmy Boy can set our budgets. And, yep, I'll handle everything else. Okay. Oh, yeah, I want to fix these here. Oh, wrong side. Okay, don't need to see all of this. Oh. Really? Let's see. There we go. Alright, let's go back. See if we can't pick up somebody. We could throw an offer at Tim Beckham, I suppose. See, I can't do that, though. Yep. Alright. Now we're gonna have to make a trade. And I could try, you know, let's just try it. There's some sort of draft going on at the moment. You are in the big stream. Big show today. Coming up in about an hour, we got Farzin Vousoughian joining us. to discuss Chiefs. And a little bit later on at 2 o'clock, we've got the Critical Android, an interview we taped earlier this week. He'll be joining us. And then at 5 o'clock, we've got the man, Jason Neland, to discuss Carry the Cross Ministries, including On Eagle's Wings Farm. So, whoops, wrong scene. Okay, so Tim Beckham says no to a minor league deal, so we're going to have to do a trade of some sort. We're looking for a shortstop. Okay, they're not the team to do it with. Mooney. It's not much of an upgrade. Mariscal. Looks like he has some potential. Let's see if we can... Chicago offers nothing. Alright, let's look here and see where we have anything surplus. Whoops. Why does it keep doing that? Will. There's nobody I really want to give up. Don't have any reserves. Okay, so he's making 3,000. Here, this is our guy right here. JD Busfield. Yeah. I'll throw him in. Alright, we swung the deal. The AI set up the org, so now well, see, I traded for the guy because I thought, okay, let's look here. In the wrong screen. Front office, that's what I'm looking for. owner. Oh, I didn't know that they considered we had already upgraded. Alright, let's take it to the trade deadline and see what happens. Wait, what? My manager got fired? Hold on. Hold up. What do we have? Oh, apparently I hired Sosha as manager and not as bench coach. Okay. I'll offer Gibby the bench coach position. Ken Griffey Sr. Alright, let's keep it going to the trade deadline. I had intended to hire Sosha as the bench coach. Apparently I made him manager. Didn't realize it. Alright, so we're off to a pretty decent start, 4-1. Behind Winnipeg and Fargo, Moorhead. We'll see if we can catch the attention of some major league teams. They will inquire about my services as a major league GM. Well, we started 4-1, and things have fallen off just a little bit. We're coming up on the trade deadline. Looks like Blake Allenred, Allemond, is near the league lead in RBI. Well, he was. Edwin Arroyo, 12-game hitting streak. Kelly Dugan, a 10-game hitting streak. We started 4-1. Since then, we're 1-16. Not good. Salfasano. It's not looking good. My current contract Okay. I at least have some time, and I mean, I could be fired, obviously. I don't think there's any trades I can make, so we'll just go to the end of the regular season and see where we're at. T-Bones! Farzin just acknowledged the message. So here in a little bit, I'll open up the Zoom and get that set up. In fact, let me do that real quick. Not the Zoom part. A couple other things I wanted to do while that's simulating. Okay, there's that. Sweet. Okay. Alright, so we are at the end of the season. We finished 9-29. Well, I think we have one more game. Yeah. Get one more game at the Cleburne Railroaders. So let's just go ahead and finish. Nine and 30. Wonderful season. Some Winnipeg advances against Sioux Falls. The Canaries. The Winnipeg Gold Eyes. And Sioux Falls in a sweep. Sweeping the Gold Eyes. And a score of 1. Carmen Fusco retiring. Wow, lost the entire staff. They're all like, we're done. We out. Okay. Let's see if anybody is offering me a job. Nope. Nope. Alright, so I'll just stay in Chicago. So let's start getting our staff assembled here. We got a clean slate. I'm the only one left. Let's see. General manager. Ned Coletti, Dave Stewart, Allard Baird. Yeah, let's offer Ned a job. Alright, now we look at managers. It's quite a drop off. Why not? Let's bring Sal Fasano in to manage. For bench coach, let's look at, see if there's... Okay, man. There is not a whole lot, is there? We'll offer Marty Brown the bench coach position. See, pitching coach. Let's look at pitching coaches. Jeff Facero. Lester Strode. Paul Zerker. I like Jeff Facero. We'll offer him a contract to be our pitching coach. Let's see, hitting coach. Let's look at those. Terry Crowley. Marlon Anderson. Daryl Boston. Homer Bush. Phil Clark. Gene Tennis. Todd Benzinger. Let's offer. Just seems right to offer that position to Todd Benzinger. Former Royal. Former Red. Let's see. Scouting director. Let's look at scouts. Oh, wait. Jamie Moyer? Yes. I mean, he just finished playing, what, like last week? Yeah, so we'll throw him a deal. To be our scouting director. Now let's look at team trainers. We want experience. Look and see if there are any where it's like they don't have any bad experience anywhere. The A's. Okay. Throw him a contract here. Let's look at our... We'll see these pop in as they come. Hopefully. Alright, Ned Coletti is on board. What do we got? Okay, we have until then for free agency filings. Alright, Jamie Moyer is on board. Rogelio Zaragoza is on board. The rest of them should be filing in here pretty quick. All right, Sal Fasano, our man Sal, is manager of the Dogs. Marty Brown comes in. Matty Brown, rather. Now I just need that hitting coach. Where you at, coach? Oh, Facero's on board. I forgot to mention that, I think. All right. Matty Brown's on board. We got our staff. Switch it to the league we're actually in. That would make sense. All right, go to our free agency filings. And I'll remind you the chat room is open. So you're welcome to chime in throughout the day, and you can also call or text 816-533-4703, and any messages you either leave or send, I can use those on air. All right. Waiting for it to get to free agency filings. Which we have now. Let's look at our roster. Okay. So we have most of the band back from the 9 and whatever it was, 9 and 29 season we had. Okay. Let's see, what are we dealing with financially? We have no money for free agents. A little bit of money for extensions. Our ticket prices are dropping. Probably to try and increase attendance would be my guess. Okay. Let's see if we can swing any deals here. Okay, so we're not going to get any superstar players. Or guys that, this guy wants 800 thou, Clay Buchholz. Yeah, he's not signing a minor league deal. So, let's see, Josh Lukey. Might be able to get him on a minor league. We'll give it a shot here. We'll throw this guy a contract. Okay, we'll throw him a contract. We'll start there. Okay, Lukey, Barrett, Aquino probably. Pending. Oh, somebody came off the board. I don't know if he signed. Let's see. Okay, so Quino, he's hooked up with the Canaries. Josh Lukey. Alright, so he's going to continue testing the market. You don't want to come to Chicago on a minor league deal? I mean, come on. It's Chicago. I mean, I'd love to offer you a contract. I have no money for free agents. Signs with the Somerset Patriots. Then why does it say he's a Ray? Hold on. Wow, he signed a contract with the Somerset Patriots, and then immediately the Rays pick up his contract. Crazy. Alright, yeah, let's move this along a little bit. We'll get to the preseason. Sometimes in this game, when you get to the preseason, some money opens up. You get a little extra fundage. Or you might have some free agent money to play with at that point. So. And if any trade offers come through, that'll come through to my inbox. It'll stop the sim and let me know. So. And a reminder, you can always go to nonamenerd.com, use my promo code CamDog83, and get 10% off your order at checkout. This shirt that I'm wearing was made by those guys, so you can slap your logo on just about anything. Coming up, a little over 30 minutes. Farzin Vousoughian will be joining us. We'll be talking some Chiefs. We might get to some hockey and some basketball. He's a big Laker fan. He's a Vegas Golden Knights fan. Huge Chiefs fan. So, looking forward to that. In the meantime, was originally scheduled to play some RBI baseball. If you're just joining us, my RBI baseball game is not loading. I tried. I was up late last night trying to get it to work, and it just wouldn't load. So, doing some out-of-the-park baseball a little bit later on. We'll have some NBA 2K21 coming up at 2. My interview I taped with the Critical Android. We'll have that. We'll discuss Frasier and a couple other things as well. So that's coming up. And then at 5 o'clock, Jason Neland from Carry the Cross Ministries will join us to discuss the ministry, including their On Eagle's Wings farm. He'll be talking about that, which is a home that houses orphaned children. So that's pretty cool. Kind of gets them back on their feet and provides a stable home life. Right now we're just simming to the preseason, hoping to get some money for free agents. And also, hoping to at some point get noticed by some major league organizations. I can maybe hop on as a GM. There, we were 9-29 this past season in 2020. Hoping to improve upon that record in 2021. Alright, Farzin was letting me know that he's available until 1:50, so we might do that to help fill some of the time here. Coming up at 2, Critical Android. Then at 5 o'clock, Jason Neland will join us. And the chat, as always, is open, so feel free to chime in if you want to chime in on anything related to baseball or the Chiefs. Maybe if you have some Chiefs-related questions for Farzin and I to address. Start getting those in, because he'll be joining us here in about 27 minutes. Okay. Boy, this is taking its sweet time to simulate. I like how there's no batting average leaders. Like, you all failed. Polo for Lopez. Oh yeah, I need to start my virtual camera. So that'll help with Zoom later. Mookie Betts partnered with professional bowler something. It went away. Yeah, so it'll be good to chat with Farzin. Good friend of mine. My college days. We'll mostly discuss Chiefs, but I think we'll definitely find some time to reminisce about the old ECAV days and maybe get into some hockey, some basketball. Maybe get his thoughts on the Royals. I don't think the Royals are contenders yet, but I do think they are building something. And the way, some of the moves they've made this offseason, I think they feel that way too, which you would hope. Yeah, we're wanting to do as bad as possible. We don't want to succeed here. Who wants to succeed in baseball? So when I originally planned this stream, I was planning to co-stream a couple of G League games because I know Twitch in the past has had a co-streaming agreement where you could go live and basically call the game. And there were a couple of games that are airing. One's airing on Twitch right now. And then there's another one that's coming up like 2 o'clock, I think it is. And so I was going to go on and do like a double header. I sent out a message asking a friend of mine if he wanted to come on because he had expressed interest in that. And then I come to find out they're not doing co-streaming anymore. And I'm like, well, I've already asked off work. I've already set aside this block of time. So I was like, I'll just do a big stream. So that's where we're at. And here in about 10 minutes, I'm going to start launching the Zoom, getting that ready to go. What do we got? ABL expansion draft. So the Australian Baseball League has expanded. Cavalry. This will be a quick second here. I need to step away for a quick moment. I'll be right back. I am back. Just had to shut my door. It had opened. So, wanted to make sure I had it shut. Williams injured falling downstairs. Kidney transplant successful for Collins and brother. Do do do. Getting simmed up to the preseason here. Oop, I think it's coming. The home run is the toughest play to defend. This is true. You don't just throw the ball, you propel it. Kind of bummed that I couldn't get RBI baseball to work. That's what I was originally scheduled to be playing during this time, but I improvised. So we're doing some current day, in this case now future, simming on Out of the Park baseball. A little bit later on, I think we'll do some historical simulating. And we'll make it work. I'm gonna move it out here. We'll make it a 50-minute. just start launching it now. Oh, I need to switch scenes real quick. We'll go to this shot. As that continues to sim, starting to get zoom loaded up here. And it was going to potentially take over the shot, so I wanted to make sure. So I'm on me right now. And I got the virtual cam going. Okay, so it's connecting right now. Okay, and video settings. Cool. Sweet. All right, cool. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay. That actually looks kind of cool. Let me fix that. The way I can fix that is to... There's a way... I'm trying to find it. I think it's in the settings. Let's look here. Yeah, here we go. There is a way to hide your own video. That's what I'm trying to do. Advanced, maybe. How do you do it? There's a way. I know there's a way to do it. Okay, how do we do this? There's a way to do it, and I'm not figuring it out. Video settings, maybe? Well, I was able to figure this out the other day. It's not seeming to want to work right now, but maybe once Farzin gets in the room, I can then hide myself. Because if I don't, we'll get this weird effect. Which actually doesn't look that bad. Okay. So, we'll play that by ear. I might adjust on the fly. But we'll see what happens here. He should be here in about 5 minutes. So, we'll go to this. Probably start there and then work to this shot. Okay. So while that continues to simulate in the background, in fact, I'm going to stop this for now and close it. It's taking up some precious CPU space. So, close that out. Yes, quit the program. Okay, let's get this pulled up. We don't need these. So we'll be having on Farzin Vousoughian here within the next few minutes. He should be joining us. And you can see there's his Twitter page, Farzin21. And yeah, good dude. He's a list on his profile here. He's a business owner, podcaster, blogger, retired journalist, former Fat A, ex-soda drinker. And when he eats at Five Guys, which I don't think he has in a while, they have a tendency to get his name wrong. It's actually really funny. So, let's see if he's... Nope, he hasn't joined in yet, but I know he's coming. And we'll talk some Chiefs. You can see there the banner pick is the Run It Back logo. So, looking forward to having Farzin on. He's a good dude. And once he joins, We'll see if we can't hide my view to where he can see my view, but I wouldn't be able to see, or it won't show up in the Zoom meeting window, and create that weird video effect, because right now this is what it would do. And of course now it's not doing it. Oh, because I'm dirt. So yeah, it's doing a weird video effect at the moment. That actually looks pretty cool though. Whoa. So we'll go back to this. Just checking my messages, making sure he's not trying to get a hold of me. Okay. Get the chat up and ready. And then once Farzin and I are done, we'll, oh, here we go. Farzin entered the waiting room. We'll go ahead and bring him in here. Farzin is connecting to audio and can't hear you yet. Okay. I think I hear you.
Hey, what's going on?
Yo. Farzin, not much. Farzin is with us. I am working on getting the...
Oh, we're on now?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. On the fly. I like it.
On the fly, yes. I didn't have a way to be off air, so...
Oh, okay.
Working with the technology I have, basically.
Oh, I didn't realize my video is not.
Video is not on. Not yet.
There we go.
There it is. And then we'll...
Oh, you don't see me yet? Okay.
I do, yeah. Okay, there we go.
Cool.
Now we'll go here to this shot. So you should be seeing what the stream is seeing, because I had
Gotcha.
my webcam is exclusive to OBS, and so I had to do a little bit of screen share there. But here we are, and got somebody knocking at the door. Hold on.
Okay, cool.
Yes. Okay. Nope, we're good. I think they're trying to drop my lunch off. So, Farzin, I mentioned a little bit, I kind of promoted you a little bit, that you do podcasting and blogging, and you've done some stuff with the Chiefs. And we go back to ECAV several years ago. When I was the station manager, we hired you on, and you worked with Jack Brown, and so that was seems like it was yesterday, but that was like 12 years ago.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah. But yeah, I thought we'd bring you on. We could talk a little Chiefs football, maybe get to some hockey. I know you're a Golden Knights fan. I'm a Blackhawk fan.
Yeah.
Oh, they just shut my door. Okay, cool. And I know you're a Laker fan and basketball. I like the Bulls. But we can get into it. I know the Chiefs just played in the Super Bowl, or at least they were supposed to. I don't know if they showed up or not, but
Yeah, I don't think they ever got off the bus.
yeah. I think it was the offensive line issues that was the main problem, me personally. But we can get into that a little bit. And there's been quite a bit of activity this off season. It seems like everybody decided to get pregnant at the same time, because they're all having their babies now. But just wanted to get your overall, maybe we could get your overall thoughts on the season we just had with the Chiefs, and how you would grade the season, high points, low points. We can kind of dig into that a little bit, so the floor is yours.
Yeah, I'll do that while trying to multitask, trying to share your page here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think you got to feel pretty good about the Chiefs and everything that they have been doing with Patrick Mahomes in the 3 seasons that he has played with the Chiefs. They've gone to the AFC Championship or the Super Bowl every single time. Now, it's a small window, but you got to feel pretty good about that. They locked them up long term. And, if you're a Chiefs fan, you're obviously expecting a lot of good things for hopefully the next decade and maybe even a little bit after that. Obviously, Mahomes' career will end at some point in the next decade, but that's a ways from now. You got to feel pretty good about the direction they're going. They're certainly not perfect. There's a lot that they need to work on, but you can say that about any team. The Chiefs won the Super Bowl last year, and there were still a lot of things that they had to work on. So, I feel pretty good about what they did this year. There were some crazy moments, a lot of close games this year, which I don't have an issue with. I know a lot of people talk about covering the spread and being concerned about that. And, close games are fun to watch, I think. But, yeah, I feel pretty good. And you have to if you're a Chiefs fan. Because, like I said, they've gone to the AFC Championship at the very least in all 3 years. Mahomes has been the starter. If you look at the Patriots with Tom Brady from 2001 to 2019, they went to the AFC Championship 13 times in those 19 years. So if you can have that kind of success, obviously there's a lot to feel good about.
Yes, absolutely. And I don't know if we can get there 13 times in 19 years, but I would imagine that over the next several years that we get there at least another handful of times. One thing to be concerned about, I know Mahomes is a little younger, but guys like Travis Kelce, they're starting to get up there in age. Maybe to start replacing some of those older players. I know the O-line has had some issues in that regard as well. Eric Fisher, that seems like we just drafted him like yesterday, but that was like, 10 years ago? Roughly.
2013.
Yeah, 2013.
Yeah.
So he's getting up there in age. Tardif, I don't know. I don't think he's going to play much longer because nobody goes to med school just for the fun of it. So he's obviously got a career goal there, and he's using football to help fund his schooling, and that's awesome. I think that's great. But that's not somebody I think that you can rely on long term. I think he'll play maybe another year or two at the most.
Yeah.
And then once he graduates, he's going to go do amazing things with his doctorate there. But
Yeah.
I like the future of this team. Locking up Mahomes long term, I think obviously the right choice. I don't think anybody would doubt that. But what areas would you say maybe the Chiefs could look at maybe improving or replacing some of the older guard that might be falling off?
Offensively, I think you really just got to focus on the offensive line.
Yes.
I think if you watch the Super Bowl, you can say that with confidence. But just I would say the offensive line. Obviously, you'll probably need to find a couple of pass catchers. The Chiefs might need a backup tight end to fill in some depth there. Same with wide receivers, Sammy Watkins. It's not really certain what exactly he's going to do for next season. Defensively, outside of Chris Jones, L'Jarius Sneed, and Tyrann Mathieu, maybe Juan Thornhill if he can go back to his rookie season form. They need a lot of help across the defense. And they've had some bright spots, but there's not a lot of consistency there. So offensive line and really just all around in several spots defensively. I know Frank Clark's been good at some points, but he hasn't been consistent either. So kind of a vague answer, but
Yeah.
there are a lot of spots on defense for sure, especially linebacker.
Oh, yes. Yeah, absolutely. I think at some point, too, Butker has been awesome, but he's, it's kickers, all really football positions. You have a few good years, and then you start to tail off, so they may need to look at kicker here before too much longer. But he's still doing pretty well, though. But
Yeah.
it's just something you always want to keep your eye on, that, he's starting to fall off, Yeah, I agree with you. The O-line, it became pretty obvious that the starters are great when they're in there, but when you lose basically 80% of your line, we saw what happened in the Super Bowl. that looked like the early, like, or late early 2000s and the early 2010s when the Chiefs were winning like 2 games a year, and they were, it's kind of reminded me of that, just with a better quarterback. Um, and I was like, wow, I didn't realize. I mean, you saw it happen, but then you saw I don't know if you saw the little chart deal that showed the dropbacks, and it was like Tom Brady was just like straight lines all the way back, and
Yeah.
then for Mahomes it was like.
Yeah, it was like a beeline.
He ran
literally.
ran for almost 500 yards. That was just on his dropbacks. That doesn't include actual running plays that he did, and well, I guess that would be it.
Yeah.
The other running plays he did, but yeah, it was a lot of yardage.
Yeah, not ideal. I think I
Yeah.
saw another stat that it was the most pressures in Super Bowl history. So, yeah,
Yes.
it was pretty bad all around.
Yes.
Certainly forgettable.
Oh yes. But one thing I will say, I was impressed with Patrick Mahomes, the way he played in that game, even though his numbers sucked. And obviously they lost 31-9. That was one of the best, worst games I've ever seen played. Like, just even the balls, like, he had a couple of balls where he threw it, and it was like, how on earth did he get that ball off? And it almost was a completion. There was the one in the corner of the end zone. I think it was Pringle, maybe.
Yeah, I don't remember who it was, but it was on the dart.
Yes, and it was like right on his hands, and it was almost a touchdown, and I'm like, how did he even get that off? And then there's one where he's like parallel to the ground, and just like, oh, I'm just gonna throw it, 60 yards, whatever, no big deal. And I was like, my goodness. But yeah, it was an unforgettable game. Otherwise, I'm not the biggest Tom Brady fan. I don't think anybody really is, unless you're a Patriots fan or a Buccaneers fan.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the Chiefs. Trying to think if there are any other Chiefs related. Got the chat open. We don't have any chat messages just yet. If you have any questions, they want us to address, we can certainly get to those. We can touch on a little bit of hockey. The Golden Knights, I know, are your team, and you've kind of adopted, other than the Raiders, you've adopted Vegas as kind of your second town there. Maybe touch on what drew you to the Golden Knights and elaborate on that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of just touch on it. I go there a few times a year when there was not a pandemic. So, I've always watched like international hockey, like when the U.S. national team is playing, and I've always enjoyed that. But I've never really had a hockey team to really just follow, get behind, and cheer for. And I saw Vegas was getting a team, and I thought, oh, it's kind of interesting. And the name, they announced the name, that came out, and I started following them a little bit, and they were playing really well. They were first place in their division, which a lot of people were surprised by, and they made it all the way to the Stanley Cup, which was a huge story, and you generally don't hear a lot of headlines from the hockey realm. So that was a lot of fun, and, that was just a cool year. That was also kind of a special moment, too, because that was the same season where they had the shooting that happened in Vegas, just off Mandalay Bay.
Yes.
So they really used that team to kind of bring the city together, which was really cool. I still remember when I heard about that, and that was just heartbreaking to hear about. Especially, that week I remember there was another shooting that took place in Lawrence, Kansas.
Yes.
I mean, those two cities obviously near and dear to my heart. So certainly tough when you hear those kinds of stories out there, but it was really cool to see how much they band together. I've been to a couple of Vegas games. It's insane. It's awesome. I certainly recommend it if anyone ever makes a trip to Vegas once this pandemic's over with. But they've been my team, and I certainly have been hooked on the sport for sure. I don't follow the league closely. I can tell you about the Golden Knights. I can't tell you a whole lot about the Blackhawks or the Rangers or whoever else. But I definitely follow the sport. I try to watch as many games as I can.
Oh, yeah. No, I've always been a big hockey fan. I went to several Blades games as a kid, and I was heartbroken when they left. or they folded, I guess. Uh, and then I've been to a few Mavericks games, and I've only been to one Mavericks game since I moved to Independence, like 5 years ago, and I went to several other Mavericks games when I still lived on the Kansas side. So it's kind of funny because I'm like 5 minutes from the arena. But it's just usually the games are on. I work evenings mostly. If I wasn't doing this, I would be starting work in an hour. But I took off work. The original intent for this stream, I set aside this block of time I thought the G League was still doing co-streaming, and I saw there were a couple of games on Twitch today, and I was like, ooh, it's my chance to co-stream some basketball, but I didn't know that they had stopped doing that. So that's when I planned the idea to have this show and do this and have some interviews and make use of that time. I'd already put in the vacation time, so it's like, might as well use it. Yeah, I've been to several hockey games. I'm a huge Blackhawks fan. I would latch on. If any team came to Kansas City, I'm there. I'll be the fan of them, whether it's expansion or not likely to be expansion because Seattle picked that up, but there might be a relocation. I've always thought, because I know the Coyotes are having some arena issues, they're moving to the Central Division next year. And this is just a theory on my part that I'm like, ooh, I wonder if they'll move to Kansas City to coincide with the moving to the Central. 'Cause they're playing in the Pacific, or they would be playing in the Pacific, but the divisions are all weird this year. But they normally are a Pacific Division team. They're going to be moving to the Central to make way for Seattle that's playing next year. And I'm like, ooh, they need an arena. We have one. It's starting to get up there in age a little bit, but it's still a pretty viable arena. And I'm like, I wonder if the Coyotes might move to Kansas City. They would need to find an owner of some sort, I'm sure, but that's not like anything I've heard. That's just me thinking out loud. But
no, it'd be nice. It'd be really great if we could get a hockey team or a basketball team. I don't know how likely that is. I know the mayor is trying to push for an NBA team to come here,
yes.
but from what I know from people who I've talked to at the Sprint Center, I think they'd be open to it, but if not, no big deal. They're pretty happy with, again, pre-pandemic with the revenue they've drawn because, it's now T-Mobile Center. It's one of the busiest arenas in the world, which you don't think that in Kansas City, but it happens to be. They do a lot of concerts there, occasional sporting events. The Big 12 tournament is obviously a huge deal. So I don't know how serious of a push they'll make for that. I know the mayor is trying to do that, but I think it'd be great if they could.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I think the arena has been a success. I initially had thoughts several years ago, like, we built this arena, and all we've gotten so far is an Arena League team and a couple of basketball tournaments. But now that I look at it, I'm like, it has helped bring more concerts to the city. Kemper Arena it's not viable anymore. It's not even Kemper anymore. I think they've done a great job of repurposing that to make it more like a rec center, basically, with a bunch of courts, and they're really doing great things with that. I've always been a big fan of the Municipal Auditorium. I know it's not really viable for much of anything anymore, but I've gone to several Kangaroo games out there, and it's just, there's something really cool about it being in the heart of downtown, and it's just, it's a little small arena. I think it only sits maybe 5,000-6,000 at the most, and it's a nice little arena. I went to a game there last year, I think it was, maybe it might have been 2 years ago now, and they had upgraded the scoreboards. I didn't realize that, so I was like, oh, that's cool. But that's just a little aside. But I think the Sprint Center or T-Mobile Center has been a success. It has brought in those extra concerts and extra revenue. Even if it doesn't ever get a professional sports tenant, it would have been a success. So I'm in agreement on that. But I would love to see whether it's NBA or NHL. I'd love to have both. That's probably not going to happen. We're not a big enough town to support all four. which we did have all four there for a couple of years back in the early 70s, but yeah, it's not viable. I think the NBA is probably a better fit as far as the way the arena is built. I feel like it's better designed for basketball than hockey. You could play hockey there, but that just screams basketball arena to me. So I don't know if that's what you think as well, but
You're talking the T-Mobile Center?
T-Mobile Center, yes.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense because they have that college basketball experience right next door. But obviously, you don't want to limit yourself for sure. I am kind of surprised considering we have the college basketball experience and you haven't really had much NBA action there other than an occasional preseason game. So hopefully that changes at some point.
Yes. Let me grab a quick drink. Yeah, I know the Kings were here back in the 70s and 80s. They got sold to a group of people from Sacramento that said, "Oh no, we'll keep the team here." And then, lo and behold, what do you know? These people from Sacramento moved the team to Sacramento. What do you know? I would love to see the NBA back here. The NHL, I would love to see as well. If I had to pick, I would rather have a hockey team here than a basketball. But I would be happy with either. But speaking of basketball, I know you're a big Laker fan as well, and they won the title this past year. LeBron. And LeBron has made headlines lately, basically saying he's not going to shut up and stick to sports, and without getting super political on it. I didn't know if you had thoughts on what LeBron has had to say of late.
Yeah, I did see that. I think I don't know who it was. I think it was some international soccer star. Zlatan. I don't know much about him. I'll be honest. I'm sure he's a relevant guy, but no. I mean, good for him. Why would you stick to sports? Why would you not use your platform to expand? He's done a lot of great things with his platform, from all these charity events he's done. Trying to help out his city. He has an elementary school, so. Why not? I mean, I know there was that segment on Fox a couple of years ago where Ingram was telling him, shut up and dribble. And I get it. These pundits have just want to kind of go, they just want to basically get their opinions out there and talk about topics that kind of favor them and give opinions that favor them. But when LeBron has an elementary school, they don't want to talk about that. I don't know. I will say, I mean, I know you said not to get too political, but I do think it's interesting that Drew Brees, the same person, said literally shut up and dribble. I mean, you want to talk about cancel culture or silencing. I mean, the segment was called Shut Up and Dribble. Whereas Drew Brees, the same person said Drew Brees was allowed an opinion when he had his stance against kneeling. So I don't really know how that works. Maybe someone smarter than me can, but I mean, athletes have some of the most engagements and followers on social media, and nowadays social media is used to promote a lot of things, and there are a lot of athletes that are promoting projects that they are doing, charity events, or in LeBron's case, having an elementary school out there. So why would you not take advantage of your platform? You should be doing that. If you want to stand up against racism, you want to use your platform for that, sure, why not? I don't know why people get so worked up when people want to do this kind of stuff with their platform. Last I checked, they're not harming anyone, they're not saying anything terrible. I don't know. I don't know why we seem to be uncomfortable over those kinds of things.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's, if you think about it, like, I have a job that I do, which I work in a call center, and due to contractual stuff with my company, that's about the extent of what I can say about my job. But I work in a call center. It's nothing illegal, obviously, but it's just related to healthcare, and so there's a lot of stuff there I can't reveal about it. But I have interest. I'm sure I know I donate, and I'm not saying this like, oh, look at me. But I donate to quite a few charities in the area. In fact, one of them, Jason Neland, who I'm going to interview later, part of my paycheck goes directly to his organization. that we'll be talking about. And it's like, don't these people that are saying stick to sports, don't they have other hobbies as well other than their job, what they do? LeBron's job is basketball. That is what he's paid to do. And he also gets some, endorsements and other things as well. But he has other interests. And so when he's not working, what is he doing? He's pursuing his interests.
No,
We do
that's
that. I'm doing that right now with this stream.
No, that's a
But,
great point. I mean,
you know,
you have a lot of people. I think with the whole national anthem controversy, there were a lot of people. I think Donald Trump was saying, do it at your own time, and a lot of his supporters will echo whatever he says. So they were saying the same thing. Do it at your own time. Well, that's actually what NFL players did. They actually, during their own time, made a Black Lives Matter video, but for whatever reason, they still got criticized for that. I don't know, man. I mean, you hear both sides saying let's come together, but they don't really put words to action, if you know what I mean.
yes, yeah, absolutely. But I find that interesting when they say, "Oh, stick to sports." I'm like, do you do stuff outside of your work that you're?
Well, I was gonna say a lot of
Yeah.
people criticize these athletes. They're like, oh, they don't get paid to kneel. Well, last I checked, I don't think anyone gets paid to go on social media during work. But let's be honest, every single person does it.
Yes, I may or may not do it when I'm not supposed to. In fact, when I scheduled your interview, I may have been working at that time, but
I won't tell anyone.
yeah, and I don't think anybody's watching from there. But if they are, so what?
What's up?
Yeah. The Just wanted to touch a little bit more on the basketball. I know. I don't know if you mentioned you don't really follow hockey that closely. Do you follow the rest of the NBA?
No,
At all, or-
not really. It's just I get pretty busy with work. I mean, there was a point in time where I did follow a lot of these things
Oh,
closely.
yeah.
Even the NFL, I don't follow as closely, and even the Chiefs. I'll be honest, I don't even follow as closely anymore. That's one of the reasons why I don't do a Chiefs podcast anymore.
Oh,
But
yeah.
the sports I do follow the most. I mean, I'll definitely watch all the Chiefs games, and I'll watch a lot of other NFL games.
Oh, yeah.
I definitely watch a lot of UFC. I'll watch all the Golden Knights games and whatever else I can catch on TV hockey-wise. And I'll watch some Lakers games. But yeah, the Lakers have not been too hot. I know they're on a
Right.
losing streak. Or they won last night, but yeah, they got to get their shit together. Or am I allowed to curse on this?
A little bit.
Preferably not. Okay,
Yeah.
all right. I apologize. I meant to say
you're good.
shoot. They haven't been really good. AD's injured. He's going to be out for a while. It just hasn't been his year. Marc Gasol has not been too good for us. So, but look,
Yeah.
man, as long as you have LeBron James, expectations are still very high with that
Yes.
basketball team.
Yes, absolutely. No, the main reason I asked because I didn't know if you had thoughts on the Bulls. I know my thinking and being a fan, maybe a little biased, but I really feel like they're a good young team. They're starting to build something, and their problem right now is bench depth. Like when their starters are out there, they'll be okay. They'll either be in the lead or be down a few points, and then the starters come out, and that's when the other team just kind of steps on the gas. Save for the Laker game, I don't know if you saw when the Lakers and the Bulls played. That game was over within like the first 20 seconds. The Lakers jumped out to like a 12, whatever it was, 12-2 or something, and it was done. But they're a good young team, and I'm really excited to watch them. I finally signed up for League Pass. I had not done that before this year, so I've been catching a lot of the Bulls. I know they played Phoenix last night and lost to the Suns, but yeah, I didn't know if you had thoughts on the Bulls, but it sounds like I haven't really caught a whole lot of them. So
Yeah, you'd be better off asking a brick
Yes.
wall
Yes.
than me.
Well, I see a wall behind you there. I'm gonna ask the wall. No, I'm kidding. Let's see. What do we got? 125. Okay. I know. I just saw your message about.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So, I guess in closing, I know you used to work for the Royals a little bit, doing the video and that. So, I wanted to get your thoughts. I know they've made some moves this off season. I think they're getting better. They're definitely not where they need to be, but I wanted to get your thoughts, maybe what you thought as far as their how many wins they could get this year, just off the cuff.
I think you'd better ask that wall behind me.
And let's ask the wall.
No,
Yeah.
no, I'll be honest. Baseball is probably the sport I watch the least. I know
Yeah.
Alex Gordon retired.
Yes.
I know Salvador Perez came back last season. That was, I think, his first year back from that injury. I
Yes,
can't remember
it was,
exactly.
yeah.
Okay.
He missed all of 19. So
Yeah. I don't know what to really think with the Royals. The new manager. I don't know much about him. I know he came from St. Louis, but
yes.
I think the problem is they had such a great run using all the young guys that they have basically just helped mature and evolve over the years. And then, money became an issue, injuries became an issue.
Yes.
They couldn't afford to keep everybody, so a lot of people went their own ways. And now you got a couple of guys coming. You got Wade Davis coming back, Greg Holland. Herrera would have been nice, but I saw he just retired.
Yes.
I don't know what those guys have left in the tank because you do need good pitching in baseball. But I think the Royals, their 1 through 9 hasn't been the best in quite some time since 2015 or 16. So I don't know what their 1 through 9 is going to look like, but if they can bulk up on that, maybe they'll be able to find ways to improve and become a more competitive team, because I think everyone would love that for sure.
Yes. Yeah, they have made some improvements this offseason. They went and traded for Andrew Benintendi, who he's
Is that
mainly...
the guy?
Yeah,
Is that the guy who almost won Rookie of the Year a couple years ago?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
What he's famous for is the game in Houston in the playoffs where he made the diving catch and it ended the series. I don't know if you saw that or not, but
No.
he made a great diving play. It was the, I want to say it was the division series a couple of years ago. Yeah, it was, because Boston went on to win the World Series that year. And he made a great diving catch, and it was a game where it could go either way, and I believe it was the deciding game, so it was a Game 5, and Houston had runners on, and it was one of those, if he didn't catch it, it was going to roll for days, and Houston probably would have won, but instead Boston won. So they got him to replace Gordon in left. They went out and got Michael A. Taylor, who's a pretty good outfielder as well. I think he was a National, if I'm not mistaken. And they went out and signed guys like Mike Minor. You mentioned Holland is coming back. Davis is coming back. So I could see them getting... I would consider it a success if they got to like 75, somewhere around 75, 80 wins this year. I think that's reasonable to expect. I don't think they're going to necessarily get a playoff spot this year, but they're going to move into that next tier of where they're right there on the cusp, and then they can maybe make a couple moves and be there. But they're young. Benintendi is 25. He's got 2 more years of control. And then he'll either go free agent, or if the Royals are smart and try to extend him, I don't know if they'll be able to do that or not, but if they can extend him, I say they flip him at the deadline next year and try and get some more prospects. But what do we got? 1:30. Did you have any closing thoughts? Maybe want to promote your pages, your Twitter, things of that nature, and then we can wrap.
Yeah. You can check out my pages. If you just search my name, Farzin Vousoughian, you'll find my Facebook, Twitter, whatnot. And I host Farzcast. Try to do that about 2 or 3 times a month. Just talk to people, various industries, most of them in media, sports media, news media, because that's kind of what I'm familiar with the most. But kind of have interesting conversations, go behind the scenes, just kind of learn about what they do, especially during this pandemic, because it has impacted a lot of jobs, and just kind of have fun there. So yeah, just if anyone just searches my name, I'm sure I'm the only one who comes up. I doubt there's another Farzin Vousoughian out there, but if he or she is, tell them I said hi. But nonetheless, you should find my pages easily.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And as long as you're not at Five Guys, your name is spelled correctly. I was making a joke about that a little bit before you came on.
Okay.
That you have different names depending on who you got at Five Guys that day.
Well, they haven't done that in a while because you can
Yes.
just go online and order,
Oh yeah.
and they just print out the name from there. So that
Oh
has
yeah.
not happened in quite some
Yeah.
time. But
There's
yeah, that very few people probably know what we're talking about.
right. Yeah. To kind of clue in a little bit, he would post several years ago. He'd post about, I went into Five Guys, and the name on the top of the receipt, it would be like farting or whatever. It'd be something not his name.
I once they once spelled my name Farvin, and
Yes.
it was instead of an I, it was an exclamation point. And then there was another time I was spelling my name. I go Farzin as in Nancy. And when I went there, I said, "Oh yeah," because I'll order. You can place orders over the phone. I go, "Yeah, I'm here to pick up for Farzin." I would always say Farzin because
Right.
just because they don't need to know my real name. If I tell
Right.
them Farzin, they'll have a weird spelling, so Farzin's simpler. Anyway, um,
Yeah.
so I go there and they can't find my name, and they go, "What kind of burger? What'd you order?" And I told them what I ordered. They're like, "Oh, we found it." And instead of my name, they put Nancy because I said N as in Nancy.
That's
So
awesome.
yeah.
Yeah. There's one meme. I'll mention this real quick, and then we can sign off. There's a famous meme out there where a guy's ordering Starbucks, and he said, "My name is Mark with a C," and then on the cup, they spelled it CARK, and I'm just like, that's not what he meant. He meant MARC, but
That's pretty funny.
yeah. So I always laugh when I see that. I do thank you for coming on. I know you need to eat. I've got lunch myself that was dropped off. So, oh, it's not in
Nice.
camera. There we go. So I'll be chowing on that here in a little bit. But I do appreciate you coming on, and
Yeah, man. Absolutely.
yeah, we'll definitely do this again. So,
Yeah. Appreciate having me on.
yes, thank you.
All right. Take care.
Bye-bye. All right, that was Farzin Vousoughian, and we've got coming up here in about 25 minutes our interview with the critical android. So I'm going to take a second, get that video pulled up, and it was good to talk with him. Hadn't spoken with Farzin in quite some time, and always good to have an old friend on. So let me get this pulled up. Yes. All right. So let's see. I'm gonna hope this doesn't. You know what? Let's mute the audio real quick. Got that loaded up, but it was good to talk with Farzin about the Chiefs and a little bit of sports as well. So we'll get that. Okay. So, yeah, that was a good time. Good time. Great oldies. For right now, I think what we'll do here, we got a little bit of time. And this will afford me an opportunity to chow down as well. I'm going to pull up some of the Christmas light videos that we did, and allow some of those to play. I had intentions to edit these into something, and I didn't get around to it. Some stuff happened. So let's see. All right, so this is not what I thought it was. One second. Here we go. All right, so there will be no sound on these. because I don't want to get hit with a copyright. So here we go. This is us going through a Christmas light display in our town. And we'll just kind of watch that. And I'll comment now and then, but I'm going to chow down on this delicious grub. This is Christmas in the Park is the name of this lighting display. They do it every year. That's really cool. So you would drive through, and then you tune in on your radio, I think. Or maybe not. No, not on this one. I apologize. This one you do not, there's not music choreographed to it. I was trying to keep the camera as steady as possible. I set it on a wide shot and it just catch everything. The car was kind of shaking a little bit. Chiefs. Royals. There's a bit of a lull here, but some more lights will come up here in a second. Candy. Hopefully nobody watching has epilepsy. But, man, that's quite the spectacle of light there. Alright, so that was one video. We'll go back to the shot. I was munching on my part of my lunch here. Got one more to show here. Trying to remember where this one was at. There we go. Let's go back to this shot. We got one more video. And then it'll be time. It's a little 2-minute. Oh, this is the lead up to the display we just saw. If you're just joining us, we just had Farzin Vousoughian on. Now we're watching some Christmas light videos. And here in a little bit, we'll get to my interview with the critical android that we taped earlier this week. We got some NBA coming up on the other side of that. We'll be playing some NBA 2K21, hopefully. And, yeah. Go Ape. See, and that's the lead up to the earlier video. Probably should have played this one first, huh? That would have been good. Okay. I'm going to get the video with Android loaded up and ready to go. Okay, so I got that ready to go. And this is scheduled for 2. So, in the meantime, why don't I take a moment let's see. Thinking about just starting the interview early because it did run a bit long. We had it scheduled for 2 to 2:30 and ended up it ran for 36 minutes when that was with edits too. So let's see. I like it. I like what we've done so far. I think it's been a fairly successful stream. Not a whole lot of hitches in the get along. There, last night, I didn't know if we were gonna be able to do this because like my computer wasn't running right, nothing was loading. I did a test stream last night, and I was like, I'm gonna have to cancel this thing or change how I'm doing it because I was like, nothing. I mean, nothing was working. But I did a quick disk scan and ran a defrag on it and got it moving. But there was a moment there where I was like, I don't know if we're going to be able to do this. So what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to pull up and kind of discuss the Critical Android a little bit. Get his page pulled up so you can see it. Alright, let's go to this shot. First, there you see his page, the Critical Android. And he's the host of Fraser Analysis. Also does some critical casting. Let's go make it bigger here. You can see he released a recent video, his thoughts on the Fraser revival. He'll discuss a little bit of that in our interview as well. He does a game debate podcast that he just posted 22 hours ago. He streams video games with his brother Alex and their longtime friend Dan. And you can see, just he likes to stream. Now, the other thing I want to pull up is his Twitter page. And this is his Twitter page, the Critical Android, at Critical Android. He's a writer, YouTuber, podcaster, gamer, music lover, Fraser fan. Have my own YouTube channel at youtube.com/criticalandroid. Check it out if you please. And so there is his page, and you can see some of the photos he's posted have been Fraser related there. Alright, we're at what, 150? I'm going to go ahead and throw to this interview right now. So we'll do that when we come out the other side here. We will play some NBA 2K. So let me get the video queued up. Here we go. This is my interview I did with the Critical Android the other day.
Popular sitcom Frasier is returning with some new episodes. Kelsey Grammer will reprise his role as Dr. Frasier Crane. The series will be on the new streaming platform Paramount Plus, which launches next week. Paramount Plus is owned by Viacom CBS. There is no word on a date for the new Frasier, nor details on any other co-stars. The original show ran from 1993 to 2004.
Very exciting.
We're with Critical Android to discuss not only the reboot, but all things Frasier. He's the host of Fraser Analysis, and he's here with us right now. And welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yes. So I wanted to start with your thoughts on the reboot. I know you have thoughts, and would love to hear them.
Yeah, a while ago, this Frasier reboot has been rumored, or revival, I guess it more is instead of a reboot, but it's been rumored for a few years now. And I made my thoughts public on my Frasier Analysis podcast about how I really don't like this idea, and I like it even less with John Mahoney having passed away. I think that sometimes when it comes to fictional characters, fictional stories, it's nice to have a definitive endpoint of saying, like, okay, the story is concluded, we've had these people in our lives, the story is at a natural endpoint, there's no need for it to continue in an official capacity, just in our imaginations, in the collective consciousness, so to say. Like, that's where it can rest. And with a revival on the way, if they bring this back, it's going to be in a world that Martin Crane no longer exists. He's passed away. But if they didn't touch this, if they just left it as is, then he'd be living on in our minds. We'd have a collective consciousness, so to say, where Martin Crane is still living his life, perfectly alive, and they're carrying on with their misadventures, and we don't need to see them brought to life. We don't need to see these characters having deteriorated. We can just imagine it. And I just don't see where we would benefit from being told a story about Frasier as opposed to just enjoying what was already told.
Yes, I would agree with that, and I mentioned this in a comment on, I think it was your live stream recently, about Rockford Files ran the same issue, and they had those made-for-TV movies, and Rockford's dad had died. I don't know if you've watched that series at all.
I have. I'm a huge Rockford Files fan.
Oh, it's amazing. But he ended up dying in real life. Noah Beery, I believe is his name, and they had to address that on one of those made-for-TV movies. I never liked that. The movie itself was okay, but it was just, I'm like,
Well,
I'd like to think
even
it was still alive.
James Garner himself had physical problems. His knees were shot from not only just working in the film industry, but having served in the military before. And it's hard to see him in those later movies because physically he doesn't look entirely comfortable. And obviously Jim Rockford, it kind of ties into Frasier in a way, because there's that wonderful episode where Martin's trying to watch Rockford Files with Daphne. But it's hard to see people who are as suave and as with it and trying to get up on the ball as Rockford was. It's hard to see his character deteriorate. But even if it's a natural thing, I mean, obviously this stuff happens, people deteriorate, but television is supposed to be kind of our escape from that at times, where we have these larger-than-life characters that we enjoy, knowing that it's a break from reality, and we look up to them, we laugh about them, we enjoy their company, so to say, and you don't want to watch them in a weakened state. It's like watching a later Muhammad Ali fight when Ali wasn't Ali. It's just, it hurts to watch.
Yes. I remember as a kid, I think I was 16, I'm a huge football fan in the Kansas City area, and Chiefs are one of my teams, the Bears being the other. There was a game, Elvis Gerbach was our starting quarterback, but he was hurt, and they started Warren Moon, who was like amazing quarterback for years and years and years. And watching him play that game, you could tell just watching it, like, that he was doing what he was used to doing. He was stepping back, he was going to throw, and then it just wasn't there. And you could just tell he was like, I might be done. This might be over. I think he was 40 at that time. And that's been several years ago now, but he did end up retiring. Actually, I want to say I was off on the year. That wasn't in 99. This was in 2000 that this happened. And that's always stuck with me. I'm like, watching, just he looked the same as far as his motions and everything, and he just goes to throw the ball, and there was no zip there. He had an awful game. I think he completed more passes to the other team than he did to the Chiefs, but that's always stuck with me.
This is kind of off topic, but from Frasier, but tying into sports as well. I grew up in a NASCAR family. My father adored NASCAR, And I started watching it as well because of his attachment to it, and knowledge of the drivers, and talking about the technicalities of the sport. It drew me in. And if there's one sport where you see a lot of that fading of big stars, it happens a lot in auto racing, where people are driving past their prime who were legends, like even if it was Richard Petty, Darrell Waltrip, even Jeff Gordon in his later years, where the wins were getting scarcer and scarcer. It's so hard to see people who were so successful and then watching them just fall off like that. And we see that in television too, with later seasons of shows. It all kind of ties in together, where the magic and the spark just isn't there. And I've also made my thoughts very clear about the final season of Frasier, season 11, and how weak that was, even though they brought back a lot of the great writers and talent and producers who worked on seasons 1 through 6, or 1 through 7, I should say.
Yes. Yeah, no, it was season 11, season 10, it kind of started to dip a little bit. There were still some good episodes sprinkled throughout, but season 11, I made this comment the other day that there were some good moments in season 11, but not any episode where you look at that and say, wow, that was a good episode. Little good moments sprinkled in. And that's what you do a lot of. The podcast is the Frasier Analysis, currently co-hosting it with Steven. And maybe want to touch on that a little bit more, and what that is, where it can be found, and kind of what you do there.
Yeah, so the Frasier Analysis podcast started back in 2016 between myself and my friend from college, Eric, he's like a brother to me. And we were just doing before that we were doing some pop culture podcasts that I wanted to start for my channel. And being that one of our shared loves was Frasier. We found out in college very quickly they were both huge Frasier fans. So we wanted to do just a one-off episode where we talked about the top 10 best and worst episodes of Frasier. And during that recording, he's like, I was listening to this other podcast that people were doing for Seinfeld, how Jane Leeves appeared in an episode, and they were like, we should do a Frasier podcast. So it's like, Android, we got to do it before they do. We need to do a Frasier podcast. And so we started up the Frasier Analysis, came up with the title of that episode as we were recording, because we realized partway through, damn it, we don't have a name for this thing. So we just came up with one on the fly. And production on it was rough at first because I was experimenting with different recording equipment, trying to get the sound right. And it really started to hit a good stride starting around season 3. And then we recorded seasons 1 through season 6 with Eric. And then, unfortunately, life just kind of gets in the way. And between his job and personal life, he just could not commit to recording on a weekly basis anymore. And he's just like, I'm sorry that I can't, just keep going with it. And I hate that. It's like, yeah, but, we don't have like a situation like Bewitched with Dick York versus Dick Sargent. Because, Eric, you and I don't even agree on who was the better Darren. I like Sargent, you like York. So he didn't officially retire from the program, in the sense that when he has time, he does want to come in and try to record some episodes to give his thoughts on ones that he particularly enjoys. But for the time being, I had to find a replacement host because I didn't want to do it alone. And so my friend Steven, who I met through another mutual friend, Will, he has a great love of television like I do, for things like Rockford Files, for Quincy, and a lot of other great television shows. Mystery Science Theater 3000, loves it.
Oh, man.
And I got him into Frasier. Oh, yeah, MST3K is another one that, if I could do a podcast about that one with a group of people, a lot of fun there. But Frasier, I got him into it when he was going through a pretty rough time, and the show really helped elevate his spirits, so he was happy to come in and lend his perspective to it. And how that's kind of changed the show is you've heard, because you're our editor and producer for the episodes. Steven has a more philosophical kind of look on things, and he brings in perspectives that Eric normally wouldn't. Eric could relate things to television programs and his experience in like the financial industry when it came to weird stuff. But Steven has a different television background, but he's also done a lot more analysis of like classic film, kind of like the Criterion Collection. Like, he goes through like a bunch of other foreign films or whatnot, and he brings in a different perspective that is not better or worse than Eric's, but it's just different enough to give the show a bit different of a flavor. And I think you'll also note too when you've recorded, as opposed to where I would make Eric laugh consistently, Steven has a tendency to make me laugh at some of the stuff that he says.
Yes, I've noticed that as well. And I like both Eric and Steven, like, for different reasons. And I've mentioned that on many times. And I think it would be cool at some point if the three of you could get together, if the schedule lines up, and where you could all be talking. It might get a little crowded, I suppose, but you have Eric's laughter and appreciation of the scenes. Steven's more analytical. And not to say Eric doesn't have any analysis, he does, but Eric is more of a reactionary, I really like that scene, ha ha ha. And Eric is more, well, here's why, this is what I think about this, it's kind of a different perspective. I think it'd be cool to get that full picture, like have all three of you. I think that'd be an awesome episode.
It would be. We've had a couple guests on, and this is what we want to do more of too. We had, back in season 4, I had my brother Rodney appear on an episode to rate it with us. And then a couple episodes ago in season 7, we brought in a friend of mine named Zaire, who was giving perspective about the death care industry because of an episode that focused around funeral plots and burial and stuff like that. So to have that outside perspective, I thought was really fun.
Yes.
And then one of our viewers, Michelle, from the Netherlands, wrote a wonderful piece about the Romanov family, which that's not something you often get to say when it comes to television analysis. But for the Frasier episode of Zara is Born, he wrote this wonderful piece about how they clearly did some research, but not enough to tie in like this story about the Crane family originating from Russia and stealing a piece of antique like clock from the Romanov family, and having those outside perspectives and really being able to talk with people about a program that is internationally well known and beloved. It's a great feeling, and it's one of the reasons why I wanted to do the channel to begin with, because growing up I had very niche tastes in television. I was the only kid in 2nd grade who knew what Get Smart was and could do a Don Knotts impression. Or Don Adams, not Don Knotts. Missed it by that much when I didn't get that 100 on the spelling test. But when you're growing up like that, as you probably know, Gamer, from your eclectic tastes, when you have eclectic tastes, it's hard to find people who you can truly click with about everything.
Yes.
Maybe one or two things you can bond with somebody over. Like you'll have a friend who you can call over for a football night, or you can have somebody you can talk about video games with. But when it truly comes to finding somebody who you can really click with on a variety of interests, it can be really hard. And it can feel very isolating. But through the magic of what YouTube and elements of social media have done, as much as they can be toxic with some communities, when those things are utilized properly, like what you do through your channel and what I've tried to do through mine, we try to bring people together to share things that we love and we're passionate about, because especially in divisive times like we have now, we need to find those things that are common that we love, because it reminds us that we're all in this together, we're all humans, we all have to care about each other. And something even as simple as a television show can just be one of those things that makes us laugh and enjoy life together.
Yes, absolutely. And one of the things I wanted to do, I tried to get it to work, and for copyright, I think it's for copyright reasons, because there's this thing on Twitch, it's called a watch party, where you can watch things on Amazon Prime and then react in real time to it. And I wanted to do that for Frasier because I knew it was on Amazon Prime. But when I went to set that up, lo and behold, it wasn't able to do it. And on the night I was going to test it, I ended up just picking the movie Major League instead, because that was available. Which seems to me that would have more copyright restrictions. A movie about Major League Baseball. But it still turned out to be a fun night. And I actually had some viewers and interacted with them, and it was really cool. But I wish there was a way to be able to do that, like take what you do with the Frasier analysis, but be able to do it in real time while reacting to an episode, rather than just having to watch the episode separately and then listen. Because you've mentioned that before, like if you're listening to this first before watching the episode, you're not doing it right. And I wish there's a way that, because I think that would be really awesome to get a group together and do like a reactionary in real time to the episode. You could even like pause it at certain moments. So Twitch and Amazon Prime, if you're watching this, first of all, thank you. And second of all, make that happen.
Yeah, because it's not even... I can understand where people would be concerned about the copyright infringement of it, but at the very least, when you're trying to look at something for what it does successfully, maybe what it could do better, you're critiquing it. And criticism and analysis is a protected form of the First Amendment. It has been. So that's why, like when they're doing movie reviews, they can show clips of a movie for the purpose of analyzing it and criticism.
Yes.
And that's what I feel like, as long as you're doing it properly, an entire episode of something should warrant being able to be used for that. Because when you're trying to break down something as an artistic statement, which, whether or not a person considers a Major League or an episode of Frasier to be a work of art, it is. It's still art. It's something that was creatively put together by a team of people to present something in the form of media. That is art. And in order to understand it, you need to take that piece as a whole. It's like, you can't listen to one song off of an album and then, judge the album as a whole as a creative piece. It doesn't work that way. You need to listen to the whole album. So I don't feel like it's fair that those copyright strikes are being thrown up against us when we try to do stuff like that, because if we're honestly trying to look at something for the enjoyment and the value that it has, we need to be able to critique the piece in its entirety.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm in total agreement on that with you. I really feel like a lot of the copyright things are dumb. It's like, I get it if you're a major network and you're showing something that you're not supposed to, yes, do a copyright strike, because they have the lawyers and they have the resources where they can fight that. But if it's a small-time streamer, even, you have, 2,000, a little over 2,000 subscribers. I think I have, maybe 100, which I'm working on it. I'm getting that number higher, but, it's like, why even bring it again? And I'm not saying, if it was, okay, you're just showing an episode of Frasier and not doing any talking over the top of it or not pausing to reflect, yes, absolutely, you should get a copyright strike. But if it's something like we're mentioning here, I just don't see why they waste their time with small-time streamers, not streamers.
Right. Not to mention the fact that if we're analyzing the episode, people who would be tuning in just to watch Frasier would be disappointed, or they'd be aggravated. Why is this person talking over the episode? I just want to watch this episode.
Yes.
And I think that's what has to be considered. Is the person watching it going to get the experience of watching that episode regularly or not? And in the case of actually watching it to review and discuss, no, they are not going to get that experience as if they wanted to watch the product that was being sold either on television to watch or on a DVD or streaming service. You're not providing that for free. You are giving a completely different service that would be disruptive to somebody if they were just trying to watch that episode.
Yes, absolutely. And that's all excellent discussion, and that might be a good video topic.
I agree. That's actually a very good point.
Yeah. We got maybe about 10 minutes left here. I wanted to give you a chance to kind of promote your channel or any other hobbies, interests, podcasts.
Oh, yeah.
I know you do a couple other things other than Frasier. Give you a chance to promote those.
One of the big ones that we're doing right now is my friend Stefan JD, not to be confused with Stephen. But we run a podcast called Crypt of the Unknown. and we have a new series coming out on there called The Game Debate, where we structure it like a debate format, where we each give opening arguments, then rebuttals and closing statements, discussing right now we're normally focusing on some classic retro games. The first episode is about Friday the 13th for the NES. And Stefan is an artist. He does a lot of hand-drawn work. And he put these beautiful little pieces together to introduce the episode. And we also got Hedy Barres, who was the voice of Yuna from Final Fantasy X. And she's also done some parts on different television programs, a show called Boston Common back in the day. She was in an episode of House, a few other things. But she provides some voice acting work in there to introduce the different segments. So it was really cool of her to do that. And it's really so well put together that I hope more people watch it. I'm going to upload an episode to the Critical Android channel to try to get some more exposure, but the home of it will be on Crypt of the Unknown. And Stefan and I also cover a lot of things about comic books, horror movies, some real life, just weird stuff, like the episode that we did where I discuss how I was friends with Phil Markoff, who would later turn out to be the Craigslist killer who unfortunately he murdered a person in the Boston, Maryland area and robbed 2 others. Horrific case. But I had the opportunity to discuss with him, with Stefan, how I knew this kid in high school. I was friends with him for 2 years. And it's so weird how you can know somebody and then not know them. And it's a frightful discussion. We discuss a lot of things that are along the nature of the fantastical or horrific, as we put it. But we also try to do a lot of comedic looks at things. We did a review of Ernest Scared Stupid, which is such a terribly wonderful film. I also do live streams of video games. Cameron, you know full about that. You've tuned into a lot of them.
Yes.
And we have a small, but I would say dedicated community of people from the UK, from Brazil, from different parts of America. And we all come together to share appreciation for stuff. And, you're throwing one-liners in there left and right. We've got some other listeners like Derek, who's a big fan of voice acting, who likes to chime in about stuff. Tony from out in California, who will mention stuff about geek culture. We've got Kaio from Brazil, who make random jokes about stuff and then discuss how certain things are popular there about games. So it's a really fascinating group of people. Oh, Fuzzums from the Netherlands.
Oh, yeah.
Fuzzums is great. So it just makes for this really fun community that, I don't... How do I want to put this? Get briefly spiritual about it. Sometimes I feel like some of the people who have found their way into my life are a blessing from God, in the sense of, could you chalk it up to coincidence? Of course. A lot of things that you could be chalked up as coincidence, but that's where faith comes into play. And I'd like to think, from my experience, that some of these people who have come into my life are a gift from a higher power, so to say, in the sense that because I acted in the gifts and the talents that were given to me, that it helped lead me to this place where I have these people in my life, and it was meant to be in that sense. And there's not a day that goes by that I am not grateful to God, or however a person wants to define a spiritual entity. I just am so grateful, and not to get all sappy or whatnot, but you're also one of those people who have come to my life through this channel that I am so entirely grateful for. And it's just a warm feeling that helps me at nights where I feel a lot of anxiety, to know that I've encountered such wonderful people that I could not have asked for. I could not have asked for better people to find their way into my life, and it's something that just means a lot to me.
Yeah, I would, yes, absolutely, and I'm in total agreement with that. There was the post you made, I'm trying to remember, it was maybe 3 or 4 months ago, where you're like, I just wish I could hire an editor, and I was like, I wish I could edit stuff. And I'm like, wait a minute, and so I was like, okay, I'm just gonna post. And I decided to do a comment, and then we worked out the financials. I won't discuss that here, but I was like, I don't care about the money. It's like, just name your price. You named it, and here we are. it's been awesome, and you've been awesome as well with understanding where I haven't been able to edit things as quickly as I normally do with some things that went on, which I won't mention here, but you did some filler episodes and helped out. But on that topic, I have not looked at the most recent audio yet. I plan to do that later today, after lunch.
Yeah.
So.
Well, incidentally, doing those filler episodes, it gives me a chance to kind of like go back to previous episodes and look forward to ones that we haven't covered yet, to really kind of scrounge through the depths of my knowledge of the show to put together like top 10 lists or topics of Frasier in general that would be hard to discuss in the context of a normal episode where we just review, an episode. So having those kind of delays, it just forces you to try to get creative with stuff. That's actually been helpful for the channel too.
Oh yeah, so it worked out. Obviously the stuff that went on, you don't want that to happen, but it may have served a higher purpose in that regard too. So what do you have coming up next on the channel?
Well, in terms of the Frasier analysis, obviously the news of the reboot or revival being officially confirmed. I'm going to have to put out an episode about that for Friday's analysis. And then we're still knee-deep in Season 7. We've gotten to the point where we've gotten the big reveal. We've been recording episodes about leading up to the discussion about Frasier dropping the bombshell about Niles being in love with Daphne. So those episodes are coming up and how they all tie together. And then I've got some great interviews coming up that I'll be posting for various things. I interviewed author Meg Hofdahl, who is a horror writer. She's got her own series of fictional horror novels, but also has done real-life things like The Science of Stephen King, where she interviews people who are experts on certain subjects that tie into things about Stephen King. Like, for instance, when she talks about the book Cujo, she talks with people who are veterinarians who analyze the history of relationships of dogs with humans and rabies and things like that. So it ties into science like that. I've got an interview with German speedrunner of video games named Laxus, who currently holds the world record for the NES version of Ghosts and Goblins, and also the Game Boy game Castlevania The Adventure. So it was great to get his perspective on speedrunning. That'll be a lot of fun to air that. And then just in general, I've been doing some late-night marathon streams with my brother Alex and our family friend Dan, playing a game called Remnant from the Ashes. We're on the final boss. We got to last night, so we got to finish that off. And then just more things in general along those lines. Got a litany of games to get to, and hopefully more interviews coming up with another German speedrunner nicknamed Tin, who she's in one of the rare positions of being a mom and a speedrunner. You don't see an awful lot of that in the community, but she's a runner of Castlevania games, Super Castlevania 4 and Castlevania 2 Belmont's Revenge for the Game Boy, as well as a game called Super Valis 4, which is kind of an underrated classic on the Super Nintendo. And just more things to enjoy coming up as well, along the lines of talking with people, putting interviews together. It's a lot of fun, and I love getting those perspectives from other people, whether it be about Frasier or video games or media. It's such a, as you know, it's a great platform that we have here to talk with people and really start to get those kind of perspectives and views that we wouldn't normally get from talking to people in our day-to-day life.
Yes, yeah, the internet, it's in a lot of ways like when I was growing up, like early part of high school, the internet was still a thing. You went to the school library and you would sign up for a computer and then wait for a website to load for like 15 minutes. To later on in my high school, like toward the end, like my senior year, I graduated in 01. By that time, like things had progressed to like DSL, and now you could like watch full-length videos. Yeah, it was still the little postage stamp size, but it had progressed to where you could actually load more than like a 5-second video clip. And it's I kind of wish that I was younger when technology was more advanced, because the things I could have done in my youth, I just wonder, where would I be today if I had those opportunities when I was younger. I'm also glad I grew up when I did, because I feel like I have a better appreciation of it. When you've gone without food, a plate of lettuce, could be like a 5-course meal. So it's like when you grew up without it to then have it in your later life, it's like you have a better appreciation of it than if you just grew up in that. But, kind of torn. Part of me wishes as well that I was younger when technology was more advanced as well.
I think we're in a good spot, though, in the sense of, because we grew up, like you said, without, and we're here, because we're on the cusp of it, we kind of have to constantly try to keep up with it, because we know what it's capable of, and we know what it was like without it. And we know that if we don't keep up, we're doomed to fall behind. Like when you talk with people who are in their 70s or 80s and they just refuse to accept technology or struggle with it because they don't actively apply. A lot of them could keep up if they wanted to. And here we are wanting to keep up. And that's going to help propel us into our later years with that knowledge and access to things that will keep us in touch with the world and the public zeitgeist.
Yes, absolutely. And the one thing we do need to get before this ends, you do an awesome Marty Crane impersonation.
I see.
Marty.
I see what it is. You want to be here for the Marty Crane. You asked me to come for the Critical Android, but you really wanted the Marty Crane. Well, it's not that I like to perform on cue or anything, but if you want Marty, you got your Marty.
Stay for the Kasem.
Yeah, Casey Kasem, great guy. Never met him, but what a wonderful radio voice. And his wife was a looker.
Yes.
She was in Ghostbusters,
I love that clip, Casey Kasem. People are wondering why I'm bringing up Casey Kasem. In a recent episode of the Frasier Analysis, you played the audio, because there's the episode in Frasier where they talk about the newscaster, and sadly, Frasier Crane died, like a quick transition, and there's that famous Kasem audio clip where there's an up-tempo song. I never did find out what it was. I'm kind of curious what song they came out of. And now he's talking about a dog dying, and he's like, just come out of the up-tempo records, and I'm talking about a dog dying. I cleaned it up, obviously.
Yeah.
A little bit, but,
He was very verbose in his language about it. And then the dog's name was like Puddles or something.
it was Snuggles.
Snuggles, and it's like such a over-the-top name that it almost sounded like a bad Saturday Night Live sketch or something.
Yes, the delicious dish.
But you got the Marty Crane in there too. So happy to oblige.
Yes, absolutely. Well, I have the channel up on the page here. You can see it's Critical Android on YouTube. Pretty easy to find if you know how to use the keyboard. You just type in Critical Android in the search, and it's like the top result that comes up. So that's a good sign. Obviously, you don't want to be like 5th or 6th in the list. Any last thoughts that you had about anything you wanted to before we part?
No, just wanted to thank you again for having me on and letting me be a part of this. And I am excited to plug this show on my channel so that people have something to listen to when the entirety of it airs.
Yes. Yeah, full disclosure, this is not live, what you're watching right now. We taped this on Thursday. And I'm glad to have you on. And it's Critical Android. You can find him on YouTube. He's also on Twitter is it the Critical Android?
It's at Critical Android for Twitter. For the email address, it's thecriticalandroid@gmail.com. And I want to throw out one more thing fast. I am currently writing for the website nerdbot.com under the pen name of Heath Andrews. So you can check out some articles I've written there about the Springsteen Super Bowl commercial, about a woman being attacked by a bear while she was in an outhouse in Alaska, which is possibly the best piece of writing I've ever done in my life. There may be some bear puns in there, which are kind of unbearably bad. I hate myself. And
that gives me pause.
Yes. But yeah, there's some great stuff there for people to enjoy too. It's a great group of people I'm writing with, and I encourage people to check that out.
Probably should turn the mic on. That'd be good. My thanks to Critical Android for joining us. I need to make a quick edit on the screen here. So this is going to look bad for a moment, but that's okay. Okay. Back to headshot. Right now, what I'm going to do, I welcome Wolf to the stream. The mod, he said he was sleeping, and he's awake here, and he'll be on for a little bit. He's got to head to work for some meetings, because, like me, he has a job he does. So I completely understand that. I'm going to mute computer audio for a second while I wait for the NBA game to load. Once that's loaded. Okay, so that's loading right now. Okay, 1 second. There it goes. Okay. I'm going to pull up chat on my phone because I can't right now. Because if I do, it would minimize the basketball. Okay. So I got it pulled up. We'll dismiss that. Okay. So I got it pulled up. Wolf, are you seeing video? Because whenever I pull it up on Twitch, I'm not getting video. It's just showing me a black screen. Are you seeing? If you're seeing it, I'm cool with it. I don't have to see it because I'm looking at it on the screen here. You are not. Okay. Yeah, Twitch has been acting weird. I'm going to go in. I'm going to try something real quick in that regard. The stream might kick off for like just a quick second. But it should be right back. Okay, cool. It's working now. I reset the encoder. So it should be, we should be seeing images now. Okay, cool. It's working now. I reset the encoder. So it should be seeing. Are you seeing image? All Alright, so what we're going to do, we're going to play this game up here against the Sixers. Kansas City Knights and the Philadelphia 76ers. Why? Oh, I know why. That was me. I did that. Come on. Load. Do something. There we go. Now we wait for the load screen. It always takes forever. You're still getting black screen, you said? Try reloading it and see if you're still getting black. Right now, what you should be seeing is the crawl. Done that 4 times. I don't know what's going on with Twitch. It's working on YouTube, on other areas. I almost said what it was. So if you're wanting to see, it's
Let's talk about round 2
visible
in the Xbox bracket. Jomar
elsewhere.
and Ty Debo both advanced with double-digit victories. Wild. Defense to offense overcame a double-digit fourth quarter deficit to win by 2.
Oh, he gets it to go!
In round 2 of the PlayStation bracket, Onus put an end to Luckershot's Cinderella run. And Zeb moved on as the 12th seed. Also, Splash and MJ's won again, both to the tune of double-digit victories.
Snotch on myself.
In round 3 of the Xbox bracket, Ty Debo beat defense to offense by 4 points, courtesy of a clutch
Snotch.
3-pointer
Snitch.
by Lonzo Ball
Snitch.
to set up a big-time matchup against Jomar.
And breaking D-Wade's ankles in the process.
In round 3 of the PlayStation bracket, Kawhi Leonard's buzzer beater propelled Zeb to overtime against Onus.
Need a quick 3. No way!
But Onus secured the W in extra time.
Luka smothered and taken away by D-Wade. That should be enough to do it. And Dirk, a comeback for the ages.
Plus, Splash won by 14 against MJ's, thanks to some hot shooting from beyond the arc.
It's one of the players that you talk about that easily make a name for themselves today.
We'll get back to the tournament, but first, we've
Cool.
been bringing you a special series in honor of Black History Month and as a part of our
see
continued
you, Wolf.
coverage on social justice.
Mo Bamba has partnered with us for a 3-part series called Respect Your OGs, and last week he told the story of NBA legend Elgin Baylor's contribution to the cause, and this week is the final installment. Here again is Mo Bamba.
Elgin's actions back in the day directly points to things that happened recently with us in the bubble, with the boycott. Seeing that it was done before by someone as great as Elgin made us all the more comfortable with really going out there and standing up for what's right. Elgin helped me understand that my career wouldn't be punished for doing what's right, and that this situation wouldn't be an either or. Everything that he put into motion and all of his aspirations are being lived through in this day and this time. Learning about education and voters reform parallels perfectly with Elgin's past because voting was one of the key mechanisms to putting Elgin's aspirations in line. My next step in voting and education reform is to, one, spread awareness. As far as education reform, I really want to create sustainable change in the after-school programs and incentivize teachers so that they care more about their students. My advice to those who don't necessarily know how to get started in the social reform
Getting ready to play some basketball
movement
here
is to read, watch, and listen.
for a little bit.
There are conversations to be had, meetings to attend, and organizations to donate your time to. Those conversations might necessarily not be the most comfortable, but the fact that you're having them leads to growth. As far as fighting social injustices, I want the next generation to understand how important education reform is and how important it is to an improved society. Educate yourself. That's how we'll see progress.
And Uninterrupted on 2K TV continues with a new Respect Your OG series, this time hosted by Candace Parker. That's coming up March 12th. Be sure to check back.
Back to the My Team Unlimited tournament, we're heading into round 4 console finals.
It's a whole different battle now. You got two favorites that are now playing each other.
On the Xbox side,
Here we go. And there's another hoop.
Ty Debo proved to be too much as he rolled on to a 26-point win over the reigning champ, Jomar.
There's a perfect example of it right there. And Luka with the jam.
Applying the same relentless pressure and fast pace that we're used to seeing from him.
Ty Debo.
And his second quarter blitz paid off big time. In the PlayStation Finals, Splash lived up to his name.
There's a three from the outside.
And
It's
he
good.
splashed 3 after 3 for a
Guess who?
10-point win over Onus.
Havlicek from the logo.
John Havlicek stole the show down the stretch, hitting 4 3-pointers in the final 2 minutes.
So now the stage is set. Splash from the PlayStation bracket and Ty Debo from the Xbox bracket. 2 great players, but only one will be crowned champion.
For more on this highly anticipated matchup, let's hear from the guys themselves, who will be facing off March 6th in the tournament finals.
Let's not.
Flash, congratulations,
Let's hit A.
console finalist, as you've been saying, 50K richer too. How you feeling, man?
Man, I told everybody third time was a charm. Let's just make this show a movie just like we did last time. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Now, the third time's a charm. So you've qualified 3 times. Now you're
Is it
in
not
the
gonna load
championship
now?
round. What does that mean for you, and what kind of experience did that bring for this tournament?
I said it in stone. Like, that's,
Oh, there it goes. All right, Kansas City Knights against the Sixers. And the franchise I've got going, an expansion team. Eventually. The Knights I've got, I in the expansion draft I went youth mostly. Some younger guys. Come on. Alright, I need you to load. Today, Junior. Oop, controller just unplugged. Seriously? I need to do something real quick. Maybe. Finally. I need to adjust the volume just a hair. That's better. Alright, we are at the Wells Fargo Center in Philadelphia. The Kansas City Knights taking on the Philadelphia 76ers. The lineups: Rubio, Beasley, Hazonia, Ogankwu, and Ubaka. Simmons, Richardson, Harris. It went away. Sixers have a decided home court advantage. And it looks like they're going to win the tip. If the ball ever comes down. And we are underway from Philadelphia. Embiid with it, the former Jayhawk. 10 to shoot. He drives and scores. First points of the game. Sixers on the board. Comes Azonia up the floor eventually. Get out of my way, Surge. There you go. Nice little give and go there. Usually it'll kind of lag a little bit in the beginning, and then as the game goes on, it gets better. So that's what I'm hoping. I turn off commentary. I love Kevin Harlan, but I wanna beat the commentary. Simmons with the basket. Here comes Rubio up the floor. Pass now. Eight to shoot. Baca puts it up. Got it. We're tied at 4. Playing some NBA 2K right now. Got plans to play some out of the park baseball again. Maybe do some historical simulations. Balance, rebound by Ogankwu. Here come the Knights up the floor. Off the screen, pass, junk. Nice little pick and roll there. Okay, what's going on? Okay. That was way longer than 5 seconds. Eight to shoot. Horford gets it inside. Embiid puts it up and in. Ganku the rebound. No good on the putback. Ah. That was awful. Tobias Harris. Coming up here in a little over 2 hours, Jason Neland will join us and carry the Cross Ministries to discuss the ministry, including On Eagle's Wings Farm. So that'll be coming up a little bit later on. I'm going to try to play some NBA 2K21. If it keeps lagging like this, I might switch it up, go to some out of the park. Wasn't the best possession. Oh, crap. Whoops. Put that up. Ruh-roh. Quick timeout called by the Knights. It's 14-6. Sixers jump out to an early lead. We're about 5 minutes in. Well, no, 4 minutes in. See if the Knights can mount a charge here. There you go. Three-pointer for Beasley, who in real life, he's serving a suspension right now. He's with the Timberwolves, and oh yeah. Whoops. Got 8 to shoot. Puts it up. Got it. Hazonia with the 3 makes it 16-12. So let's cut into that gap a little bit. Might need to adjust the defensive settings. I thought Ibaka was going to trail. And so I passed to him thinking he would be closer. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm going to be changing the defensive settings here pretty soon. Come on, make that shot. I know it was contested, but dude. Yep. Alright, let's pause. That's not it. Game plan. Defensive settings. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Alright, those defensive settings should help. Ngaku with the J. Horford with the ball, 10 to shoot. That's still way too easy. Timeout called by the Knights. They're down by 10 points. 4:53 to go in the first quarter. Ooh, Jackson's in the game. I like him. To the rack. Nope. It's a good look. Not much you can do about that. There you go. Taking it strong. There we go. Gets it ahead. Slow it down a little bit. Decided to take it. He can shoot the outside shot, and he was open. Alright, Reg. I'm gonna try this. Sometimes that works. You just take it right to the rack. They defended it, so I just kicked it out. In the corner. That's a good look by Finney-Smith. Rattled in and out. Oh, and a steal. Gets it ahead to Finney-Smith, who missed. He was in the key for at least 3 seconds. Vonleh to the line.
Shooting 2.
First one goes down. It's 29-16. Sixers on top. He'll have one more shot coming. Missed that one. Rebound by Rudy Gay. Checks into the game. Gets it now to Jackson. Jackson with it. Reg gets his first bucket. Wide, flipping open. Korkmaz take it up the floor. No, I'm not shooting that. What are you talking about? Ibaka gets another bucket. It's 31-20. Serge has a couple of buckets here in the early going. All right, Reg. That was weird. Got it. Korkmaz nails the three. Makes it a 10-point game, 33-23. Little over a minute to go here in the first quarter. Where is the defense? It into Serge. Serge drives. He's fouled. They'll go to the line. Whoops. It's all right. I'll get the second one. There you go. 36-24, a 12-point game. Rhythm is the night. Ibaka gets the rebound. Thank you very much. Just take it right to the hole. So what the heck? Defense is supposed to help. That'll end the first quarter. Philadelphia is up 37-28. If I could figure out how to play a little defense, this game might be a little closer. Why does it keep doing that? Okay, we'll pause this for a little bit. I'm going to look up, there's a video that talks about the proper defensive settings. I get them set, and then the game updates, and I lose the settings. I wish there was a way to keep them. Defensive settings. Pull this up on YouTube.
It's King Slayer Hoops, and welcome to another NBA 2K21 tutorial. This right here is the one you guys have been asking me for a long time now. Is my universal lockdown defensive settings video. Universal meaning that this is what you want to start games with against most players online. It'll also work really well offline. But I do want to say that if you've watched other defensive settings videos on YouTube, this one is going to be pretty different. I'll get into why in a little bit, but I have a little bit of a different philosophy than a lot of these other guys. So we're going to jump right into that. But first of all, today's agenda, we're first going to go over the settings, and I'm going to get through that pretty quickly. Then I'm going to give my explanation along with some online
Kingslayer Hoops, so I got pulled up on YouTube.
against real human opponents. Alright, so to start things off, in order to access your defensive settings, you want to hit the options button, you want to go down to game plan, and then you're going to go over to where it says defensive settings. And that's where you can find everything that I'm about to show you. You know guys, one of the things I care about on this channel is no nonsense tutorials, so I try not to give you guys more information than you need. And so I'm not going to go into extreme detail about all of the terminology here. And the reason is because 2K actually does that for you. You'll see here if you scroll over each setting in this menu, 2K gives you the pros and the cons of each one. Okay, so I'm not going to go over that today. You can do that on your own time. But let's go over the first few settings here. So on ball pressure, I'm going to keep that to moderate, and off ball is also going to be on moderate. Now most people instinctively want to put those on tight or smother, but I'm going to get into why I'm not doing that and why it's a bad idea to do that here a little bit later. Force direction, we're going to go middle, and the primary reason for that is because scoring baseline is the absolute easiest way to score in 2K. It's been broken for a few years now, so I'm forcing guys middle. And on-ball screen, I'm going to go under. And the primary reason for that is that I want to force guys to make shots against me rather than drive to the basket. Like I said, I'll get into all that a little bit more in the explanation portion of this defensive settings tutorial. But let's move on to the next four settings. Hedge, I'm going to go no hedge. I do not want to hedge on screens whatsoever. I don't really touch on-ball screen center or hedge center. I'm not worried about that too much. And stay attached. Make sure that this is on no. If you're on yes, you're going to be in a world of trouble. Next few settings. Off-ball screens, again, I want to go under. Force guys to make shots.
Wait, I need to back up a little bit.
Double team post, I'm going to go manual. If I'm going to double team somebody, I want to control that. And then finally, settings. Off-ball screens, again, I want to go under. Force guys to make shots. Okay, don't let guys drive. Double, no. If you're on yes, you're going to be in a world of trouble. Next few settings. Off-ball screens, again, I want to go under. Force guys to make shots. Okay, don't let guys drive. Double team post, I'm going to go manual. If I'm going to double team somebody, I want to control that. And then finally here, switch rules off ball. I'm going to switch guards. Definitely want to do that. Pre-rotate, we're not going to pre-rotate. And then screen help rules and drive help rules, I'm going to keep on help and no rotation. Okay, so those are the default settings. Now,
okay.
If we're going to
Let's try that. Sixers up by 9. So we start the second quarter. I've changed the defensive settings. That will hopefully help us out with regard to not allowing those easy baskets in the paint. And we scored, and we get the ball. It's the equivalent of getting the second half kickoff. Once we put it up, I'll put it up. We got it down to 7. Let's see what this new defense will do. It's already looking better. Yes, this is much better. I rushed that. Defense looking much better. Now if we can get a few more stops, make a few shots, we can get back into this thing. Nice. Whoops. Oh, I had it. Kick out. Puts up a 3. Got it. Korkmaz. It's a 4-point game. We're making some stops. We're getting some shots. And then that happens. That's okay, though. To Ibaka. Whoops. And we got a jump ball. 6-point game. Controlled by the Sixers. Rebound, Finney-Smith. Had a good look at it. Timeout called by the Knights. It's an 8-point game. I want a t-shirt. There comes Rubio up the floor. No, I'm not shooting that. You crazy? Oh, come on. Make that. Beasley hits a 3. Nice move by Housoughian. He's got 7. And 7-point game, 45-38. Sixers still on top. Wide open in the corner. Rebound by Gay. Gets it up to Ngankwu. Nice rebound. Ngankwu gets the board, puts it back in. It's a 5-point game. About 7 minutes to go until halftime. That was a bad possession. Ngankwu, the rebound. Goes back up with it. And he's fouled to go to the line. We'll have 2 shots. First one goes. Missed the second. It's a 6-point game. I messed that up. Oh, we can get numbers if we're quick. Should have just taken it to the hole. That hesitation did me in. I don't know if you heard that fan. Why? Got it. Housoughian drains the 3. Knights are keeping it close. They're within 5. That was a bad pass. I got away with that one. 4 to shoot. Got to put something up. That was not the best possession. It's back out to 9. Nice block. Quick ahead to Gay there. There you go. Azonia with the triple. 6-point game. About 3.5 to go here in the first half. Got it. Rudy Gay with the 3. It's a 3-point game, folks. We got ourselves a ball game. Nice shot. Whoa. Threw a fastball there. Foul called on Horford. It's a good look by Jackson, but couldn't get it to fall. Now a steal. There we go. Yes. Oh. Thought I could sneak it in there. Reg with the jam. It's back to a 3-point game. Minute 43 to go in the first half. Embiid drives, shoots, got it. Good look by Reg. Just couldn't get it to fall. No good. Go out of bounds. Last touched by the Sixers. It'll come back to the Knights. Look at the standings. Sixers hold that final playoff spot in the East currently. Still a lot of basketball left to play, though. Korkmaz puts up a 3. Got it. It's a 2-point game. Leave him open. He'll take that J every time. Trying to go over. That should be an illegal screen. That was totally an illegal screen. Beasley up the floor. Perfect. Azonia puts it in. We are tied. Got halftime coming up. Got it. And the Knights, with that last second hoop, take the lead at the half. It's 61-59. They have reached the half here in Philadelphia. Knights up by 2. And this is where they would go, blah, blah, blah. And Shaq would be like, yeah, it was a good game. Kenny would be like, I played with Michael Jordan in college. Sixers jumped out to the early lead. Pretty sizable lead at one point, but the Knights not only come back, but they have the lead, 61-59 at the half. Check's like, yeah, what? We start the third quarter in Philadelphia. Just as soon as the screen stops going black here. Ben Simmons, 22 points. Here we go, third quarter. Just like what happened between the first and the second quarter. Back-to-back possessions. Back to Ibaka. Now pass to Beasley. Now Ngakwu. Out to Rubio. Long 2. It's no good. Rebound by the Sixers. And they hit the quick 3 to go up by 1. He's fouled to go to the line. Rubio gets his first bucket. He has 5 assists. And they complete the 3-point play. Knights up by 2. Early going here in the third quarter from Philadelphia. Simmons puts it in. His first points of the second half.
I said your name 4 times. I didn't realize you had your headphones on. 2 things. We're getting ready to leave.
All right.
So
I'll be right back. All right, I am back. Apologize. What? It is connected. To continue our basketball. Baca missed, gets his own rebound. Gets blocked. And it'll go back to the Sixers. Yeah, we don't need to see that. We're tied at 64, early going in the Embiid with the rebound. Yep. Well, that's one way to do it. Three-second call against the Knights. Looks like Finney Smith is going to check in. Hazonia will have a seat. It's a 5-point game. Rubio to the rack. He's got 5 points now. Simmons leads all scorers so far. Beasley hits it. I think they only gave him 2. Yep, they did. That was an awful sequence. Where's my phone at? What happened to my phone? Jackson and Gay check in. Gay and Jackson, ooh, I am for real. Makes the free throw. Perfect. Little pick and roll action there. It's a 3-point game. Sixers on top, 73-70. Approaching the midway point of the third quarter. Oh, crap. When I started to initiate that pass, I thought he was going to stay outside. And he didn't. Reg to the hoop. Yeah. If he stayed outside, I was going to pop it to him. Maybe put up a quick 3. Or he could drive baseline. That was my thinking. It up to Reg. Ibaka drains it. It's a 1-point game. 75-74. Rebound Ibaka. Gets it into Gay, who's fouled. And he'll go to the line. Chance to take the lead. I think it's going to load the standings eventually. Oh, upcoming games. Tomorrow at the Warriors. That was way too quick. That was way too quick. Tomorrow we'll play the Warriors. Rudy Gay to the line. I always remember Rick Majerus. I'm not a big gay guy. Rest his soul. Jackson will stay in. He'll switch to the point, and Korkmaz checks in. Harris will have a seat for the Sixers, and Milton on in his place. Second free throw is good. Knights with the 1-point lead. 6:19 to go in the third quarter. That's a good pass. 30 points for Simmons. Gay with the tray. Hey, that rhymed. 79-77. Knights reclaim the lead here. Into Jackson. He's got 8 points, 8 assists. Okay, hits another. And the Knights are up by 3. Gay's got 17. To Finney Smith. Cross court to Gay, who hits another. Woo, he's heating up. Gay's got 20 now. 4-point lead. Whoops. Three to shoot. That was not the best of possessions. Beautiful pass. Timeout called by the Sixers. Knights up by 4. 87-83. 3.5 to go here in the third quarter. We're playing some NBA 2K21. Coming up, 5 o'clock, Jason Neland will join us. Jackson with the tray. Knights are up to a 7-point lead. Sixers had a 13-point lead at one point. Shots blocked. Gay, the rebound, back up, no good. Rebound by the Sixers. Here they come the other way. We got a foul called on Serge Ibaka. Got it, and he's fouled. Reggie to the line. He's got 13. And make it 14. Completes the three-point play. And a 8-point lead. We approach the end of the third. Here comes Reg up the floor. He's lost the fire, apparently. Not the best of shots. Got it. 16 for Reggie. 95-87, a minute to go, third quarter. Nice. Korkmaz the three. That's out to an 11-point game now. 98-87. Rebound to Ibaka. Oh, why didn't I shoot that? Got 12 points now. He's one rebound shy of a double-double. Some changes. Looks like Ngankwu checking in, and then Beasley and Korkmaz moving around. Second free throw's good. 13 points, 9 rebounds. And it's 100-87. Shot's no good. We go to the fourth. Knights are up by 13. We got the fourth quarter coming up from Philadelphia. Fourth quarter set to begin here from Wells Fargo. Knights are up by 13 points. Sixers jumped out to an early 13-point lead in the first quarter. And the Knights have shut it down since then. Letty makes it there. Cuts it back down to 11. Beasley has it. Beasley with the 3. 103 to 89, 11 points for Beasley. And they counter with a 3 of their own. 103 to 92, 11-point game again. Jackson hits the 3. Beautiful shot. He's got 13 points, 10 assists. And he hits the jumper. Beasley up the floor. Jackson hits the tray. I think I said he had 13. He had 19. And now he's up to 22. Go along with his assists. Rebound to Baca. There's his double-double. With that rebound. Gonkwu with the miss. Sixers cut it to 12. 3 minutes in. Nope, rebound. Serge is fouled. He makes the shot. He'll go to the line. A chance to complete the three-point play. It's 111 to 97. Jackson will have a seat. Rubio checks back in, and Finney Smith into the game. Simmons and Richardson in for the Sixers. 112 to 97. Just under 9 minutes to go. Another rebound to Baca. Gets it ahead, Beasley. He'll take it to the rack. Beasley now has 13. Just took it right to the hole. Comes Rubio up the floor. 5 points, 5 assists so far. Nice inside pass on Gonkwu. Thread the needle. Perfect. $116 to 99. Rubio hits it. He has 7 points. Beautiful. Leads up to 19 now. Beautiful pass with the jam. Gankwu now with 11. And the crowd is like non-existent now. I think that was the final nail in the coffin there. Comes Finney Smith up the floor. He's got a triple single. Nice shot. It's back out to 19. Nice. I think this game's about over. Timeout called by the Knights. They're up by 19. Got about 5.5 to go in the game. Coming up in an hour, 5 o'clock, of our interview with Jason Neland. Carry the Cross Ministries, including On Eagle's Wings Farm. Chance to talk about the ministry and promote. I like promoting people like that. Our player of the game, Serge Ibaka. He's had a nice night. Scoring, rebounding. He's added a few assists sprinkled in. That was not his best shot. Got 5 minutes to go. Jumper's no good. Another rebound, Ibaka. He's got 14. Now to Beasley. Inside Hazonia, no. Rebound by the Sixers. 4.5 to go. Basket's no good. Foul by Beasley. Embiid to the line. Former Kansas Jayhawk. It's a 17-point game. Rubio up the floor. Thread the needle. Ngankwu. Beautiful pass. 126 to 109. 3.5 to go. There it is. Baco with 20. .36 for Simmons. He's had a great game. Nice. We're up to 130. 130 to 111. 2:45 to go. I think coming up, I'm going to load up some out-of-the-park baseball. We got a 3-second violation called against the Knights. It'll go back to the Sixers. I think we'll have enough time to load up some out-of-the-park. Maybe do a historical sim. Simmons has 38. Oh, 10 assists. Got 2 minutes to go here. Beasley. Yeah, why not put it up? Like butter. It's a 20-point game. From 13 down in the first quarter. Came back. Now a pretty decisive win. Just basically playing out the string at this point. Like, I could have drove there and just got a quick hoop, but time is our friend. Not so much points at this point. Missed shot by Rubio. Quick bucket the other way. And a timeout called by the Knights. 133 to 117. We've got 1:09 left to play from the Wells Fargo Center in Philadelphia. It's a weird zoom. All right. Gonna get some of the scrubs in, it looks like. And just mainly focused on running some clock here. Archie Bradley missed the tray there. We're under a minute left to play here. Knights will get the decisive win. We're in the corner for Bradley. He hits the three. That will pretty well do it. 136, 119, Sixers have the ball here. Just let him take it to the rack, why not? And we'll dribble out the final 7 seconds. $136 to 121. The Knights victorious. We'll do a quick look at the numbers. Then I think we're going to switch to some out-of-the-park baseball for a little bit. Then at 5, we got our interview with Jason Neland. Alright, so we'll start with the player stats here. Whoops, that's not what I'm looking for. Box score. That's what I'm looking for. For the Sixers, 44 points for Simmons, 26 for Harris. Embiid with 26 points. He had a double-double. Simmons nowhere close to a triple. He had only 2 rebounds. And that was really about it for the Knights. Let's see, 22 for Ibaka and Jackson. And they each had a double-double. They arrived at them at different ways. Ibaka with 22 points, 15 rebounds. He added 6 assists and a couple of blocks as well. He had a nice game. Jackson with 22 points, no rebounds, 10 assists. Good game for him. Gay added 20 points. 16 points for Beasley. Hazonia with 15, 14 for Korkmaz. Ngankwu 13 points, 10 rebounds. He had a double-double as well. Rubio 1 point shy of a double-double, 9 points, 10 assists. He had a nice game, and you can see the rest. Not much there. Where's Bradley at? Oh, there he is. Bradley had 3 points. Avery Bradley. I said Archie Bradley earlier. I don't know where I got that. Let's look at this. So it was 37-28 at the end of one quarter. The Sixers just drilling shots from every conceivable angle. 77% from the field. 1 for 1 from 3. And then second quarter, Knights got it back, 33-22. They scored in the second quarter to take a 2-point lead at the half. And then it was all Knights from there. Actually, the fourth quarter was pretty close. But overall, 136 to 121 was the final. And we're going to go ahead and switch scenes. Back to here. And we'll go ahead and close out of this real quick. I'm going to exit, make sure it saves, all that. So, and then load up some out-of-the-park baseball as we're coming up on the backside of this big stream. We've been at it for a little over 5 hours. And we've got till 6 o'clock. So we are just getting the party started here. Why is this not? Okay, it's still thinking. While that's thinking, I'm going to start to get this loaded. I'm going to unhook the Steam controller because I don't need you anymore, and I would rather have my mouse. Which is... Where'd Mr. Mouse go? Nope, that's my work mouse. I also need to find my phone. I don't know what happened to it. Let's see. I used my mouse yesterday. Ace is the place. Did my mouse disappear? Okay, we're going to load up a historical sim. I'm going to mute the mic or the audio for a second. Surely my mouse is somewhere. Ugh. Surely you can't be serious. I don't know what I did with my mouse. I know I'd love to have it right now. Oh, there's my phone. I think I'd set it on the arm of my chair. Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna exit out of... Close window. Okay, we're gonna go over here. Alright, so we got this loaded right now. So, when do we want to start? Could do a Royals. In fact, I think we'll do that. So we're going to go to 68, simulate through 1968, and then sign on as general manager for the Kansas City Royals. The second I stop looking for my mouse is the second. There it is. Found it. Yes. Okay. I like this a lot better. Oh, yeah. Just going to simulate through 1968. And then take over the Royals and do the expansion draft and all that good stuff. This shirt, by the way, custom made by No Name Nerd. If you go to nonamenerd.com, you can enter my promo code, CamDog83, and you get 10% off your order at checkout. Alright, so while that's loading, I know it's importing all of the... We're not going to use real historic transactions. We'll automatically expand the league. We'll start unemployed. Royals rewrite big stream. Yeah, why not? I'll keep my name. I'm going to be GM. I'm going to say cannot be fired because it's going to be ugly the first few seasons. So coming up, top of the hour, 5 o'clock, Jason Neland will join us to discuss all things with his ministry. I'm going to pull up a web browser in the background and start getting that process set up. Whoops. Oh, come on. So now it's going to freeze on me, of course. Okay, there it finally loaded. Okay, so you go zoom. Okay, there it finally loaded. Okay. So the game is still doing its thing. I'd say so far it's been a pretty productive day. A good stream. Messaging Jason real quick. Okay. Okay. Come on, Zoom. Meetings. Okay. Alright, so here in about 25 minutes I'll activate the room. Okay, let's set up our options real quick. Yeah, that's fine. AI can do all that. Active roster moves, promotions. That'll end up being my assistant GM's job. I will sign and release players, initiate react to trades. I'll draft. My assistant will set budgets. I'll have him sign international amateurs as well. And I'm not going to worry about hiring and firing. Well, no, I'll hire the major league personnel. But the minor league personnel, my assistant can do that. And take off some of these. Okay. Now we'll sim until the end of the season, and then we'll take over the Kansas City Royals. And we'll see how far we can get here. I'm looking forward to talk with Jason. I've known Jason like 20 years. We don't see each other all that often, but we do have kept in contact. And I've been a big supporter of his ministry and the things he does, and I am excited, so excited to get to talk to him. '68 was the last year of no divisional play, so we'll get to divisions here in a moment. Jim Leland with the proper use of couldn't care less. Pet peeve of mine, people say, I could care less. Then why don't you? I can't take all the credit for that one. My journalism professor in college, Mark Radaziner, taught me that one. So the Orioles and Pirates appear to be front runners, although Boston's right there. Pirates have a little bit more of a cushion. They're in the NL. Just waiting for 1969. Take over as general manager of the Royals. Start building up a franchise. Poznansky. I like Joe Poznansky. I like his stuff. So the Pirates win the World Series. Not the Tigers, who beat the Cardinals in real life that year. Yay. All right. Should be coming up on the season. All right. So we're going to go to available jobs. What? Okay, we're going to go to commissioner mode, apparently. There we are, commissioner mode, available jobs, there we go. Alright, we're going to be the general manager of the Kansas City Royals. Options, take out commissioner mode, and alright, we'll start with the first year player draft. Oh yeah, I should check and see if I have staff too. I'll do that here in a minute. It's just the muscles. Wow. Okay. Yeah, let's check our staff. I didn't think about that. Okay, we have staff. We just need an assistant GM. I want somebody who favors prospects. Okay. Alright. So we are at the first year player draft. We will have the 22nd pick. What? That's redonkulous. Alright, we'll see what they suggest. Darrell Thomas. Never heard of him. Yeah, I guess that's who we're doing. Darrell Thomas, first draft pick. Tommy Cruz. Bob Randall. I do the first 5 rounds and then sim the rest. The first 5 rounds, you offer contracts. The rest, they just are automatically in your organization. Okay, yeah, we're at that point right now. So we'll do auto draft the rest of the draft. So what did we pick? 22. Who came after? Yeah. See all the... It's kind of a sucky draft. Alright, well... Bunbury would have been nice to have, but... Alright, now... Our next... So you can see... That he's almost impossible to sign. Kaiui. He didn't make it to the show. I'm not going to offer him a contract. Curious about these guys. Oh, he's actually a good player. Okay. Played a good long while in the majors. So maybe he'll develop into something for us. Alright, we're going to go now next to the expansion draft. This is where we'll pick our team. We'll have the top pick in the expansion draft. They're recommending Don Buford. Let's take a look here. That's not a bad pickup. Sure. Take old Don. Matty Alou. Yes, he's younger. We'll take him. Okay, I've got to take... If we took Matty, we got to take Felipe. I mean, come on now. Toyota Cross, sounds good. Maury Wills, okay. Greg Goosen. Gene Brabender. If Mo Jabrowski is still there, I'm going to take him. Johnny Lewis. Marty Martinez. Frank Fernandez. Sports Driggs. Andy Etchebarren, catcher. Andy Costco, buy in bulk. Rich Reese. Cal Emery. Richie Scheinblum. Leon Daddy Wags Wagner. Mike Page. Gary Geiger. Tito. Jimmy Hall. Okay, we got, what, 11 rounds left here. Let's see. Clarence Jones from the White Sox. Sure. Ike Brown. John Kennedy. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Okay. John Roseborough, veteran catcher. Jake Gibbs, another catcher. Chuck Vinson. Dave Marshall. Moose Stubing. Eddie Watt. Woody Hild. And finally, Fred Whitfield. Alright, let's see what our lineups look like here. We got Maury Wills, Felipe Alou, Don Buford, Ike Brown, Tito Francona, Frank Fernandez, Charlie Vinson, Greg Goosen. Where's Matty? Okay, he's gonna back up his brother. Oh, they both are center fielders. I didn't realize that. Okay. Pitching wise, Gene Brabender, that's a good pickup. Look at that. 12 and 12, 2.65 ERA. Gonzalez, Kirkpatrick, Angelini, and Bill Meyer. A lot of guys in that bullpen. Alright, let's get now to the Rule 5 draft. Go. I usually just skip the Rule 5 because there's not usually a whole lot of pickings there. Dang. So yeah, Royals didn't draft anybody. Okay. Alright, so now we'll get up to opening day. We'll have 1 year of the pilots, and then they will ship off to Milwaukee. Okay, we have reached opening day. Royals projected to lose 101 games. They don't have anybody in the top there. So, it'll be tough row. I think might be able to get one season in. And then I'm going to kind of switch gears to Jason Neland. So you can see where we're kind of toward the bottom right now. We're duking it out with Montreal to see who will pick. Oh no, San Diego's got a lock on the first pick, it looks like. So we're fighting with Montreal for second. Fred Whitfield, let's see if he'll accept. Okay, you don't want to be demoted. Goodbye. Looks like we'll be picking around third. Alright, we'll take this to the end of the season. While that's simming, I'm going to make a quick run to the restroom and be right back. I am back. And let me get the meeting started. Switch to this scene real quick in case the zoom pops up. Which it should be. Hasn't yet. As soon as I do, I know what'll happen. I'll click over and then it'll pop up. Oh, it almost. Yep. It's exactly what would have happened. Start video. Alright, we'll bring that back over here. Alright, because we don't need that just yet. We'll go back to the game. Looks like Royals are going to be picking third. In the upcoming draft. It'll be San Diego, Montreal, Kansas City. We're like stars. So the Orioles beat the Giants in the World Series. I see Jason is standing by. So we're going to shift gears here. So this is oneagleswingsfarm.org is the website. I will expand it out here. And you can see as our mission, love, serve, restore at On Eagles Wings Farm. We will love, serve, and restore hope to children and families facing trials and traumas of life by meeting physical, emotional, and spiritual needs. We will accomplish this by providing a Christian home of refuge, restoration, and renewal. We'll provide housing, give stability, support, counsel, care, and a loving Christian family environment to children, both boys and girls, anywhere from birth to 18 years old. And you can see the famous verse, Isaiah 40:31. But they who wait for the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings like eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not faint. And see, click a little bit more. Who will serve teen mothers, foster children, and sibling groups. And we can go a little deeper into this. Oh, also at-risk youth and youth groups, how they will serve. Through shelter, leadership, and skills training, a mentor program, parent connection, building bridges, and a transitional living program, and equine therapy. How to help. You can pray, you can volunteer, and you can give. And I do two of those three. I pray and I give. I wish I could volunteer, but the timing is never quite right here. So let's go back to this shot for a minute. So, I see Jason is in the room. I'm going to get it pulled up. Okay. Let's see if he's ready now. If he is, we'll roll. Oh. I didn't send it to the right spot. Okay, let's see. Come on, Jace. I'm gonna message him real quick. He's good to go. Okay. Sweet. I will bring him in. I think I hear you. I don't know if you can hear me, but I can hear you. I hear something. All right, I see you. I hear you. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Alrighty, awesome. We have Jason. Whoops, I need to minimize the chat. Hold on.
I think I hear you.
Oh, it's echoing pretty bad.
I don't know if you can hear me, but I can hear you. I hear something.
Alright, we're rolling on the fly here. I have Jason from Carry the Cross Ministries on with us, and a welcome to you.
How's it going, Cameron?
It's going well. Been at it since 11 a.m. I can feel it in my voice a little bit, but pushing through, so.
That's a lot of talking.
Oh, yes.
Doing great.
Yes, yeah. Other than I had a video, I'm going to turn the volume down just a little bit. So it's echoing a little bit in my ears there. Other than a segment I taped for about 30 minutes that aired around 2, I've been basically on the whole time, so. But wanted a chance to bring you on. We've known each other a long time now, I think at least 20 years. Maybe even longer. I was in high school, and I haven't been in high school. I graduated 20 years ago this May, so that gives you an idea. But I know you through Chad. We're both good friends with Chad Weaver. He's in Michigan now, but wanted to give you a chance to talk about your ministry. I shared your webpage a little bit before I brought you on, so maybe give a little background, what got you started on this path, and we can kind of take it from there. So the floor is yours.
Sounds good, Cameron. Thank
Yeah.
you. My wife and I got started about 15 years ago with Carry the Cross Ministries, and we started this with a good friend of ours, Justin Hoskins, who we actually met through Chad as well. I think there was mutual connections there, and we got together and bought a fourplex out in Kansas City, Kansas, and our goal was to just reach out to people who were broken and lost and in need of hope. And so we started taking families in who were homeless to our building, which is a fourplex. And we started reaching out to the neighborhood and just loving on folks and trying to meet needs and just trying to shine a light wherever we could in any way. So when we first moved in here, it was a little bit crazy. A lot of gang violence, drugs, and guns, and it was kind of like an old cowboy town on our street.
Oh, yeah.
So we just did our best to reach out to the folks who were involved with a lot of those things, and just really be a light. And our kids have been one of our greatest tools on mission out in our neighborhood, and actually our animals too. When our dogs would get out and we'd be able to run around, go find them, we'd end up meeting somebody who would get one of our dogs, and our kids would be making friends with all the other kids in the neighborhood, and so they would give us an opportunity to reach out to the children, and then through the children their parents. And so we've loved what we've done over the years. We've been really blessed to see God do things that are God-sized things instead of man-sized things. And um, we saw this neighborhood about 8-9 years ago kind of came to a point where it was at its knees, and there was only one building that really had people left in it, and that was ours. And the rest of the buildings got shut down, and gangs had kind of driven everyone out. And then from the ashes came the beauty, and there was a turnaround, and now our block is full of life and kids, and lots of families hang out together. We've been outside all day today enjoying the sunshine and having to give a few lessons on the basketball court today to some young bucks that thought they were going to step up. But it's been a really good deal watching the transformation of Freeman Avenue. And so over the years, we've kind of kept in our back pocket the dream of opening up a farm where we could take some of the folks and families and children and foster kids and kids who are at risk of being in foster care out to some land where they'll be able to ride horses and maybe go camping, fishing, hiking, interact with animals and farm life, and just find some hope and joy through that type of atmosphere. So we're in the process of transitioning, and we're looking for land right now to purchase and start on Eagle's Wings Farm, which will be the next step in the Carry the Cross Ministries journey.
Awesome. Yeah. And I love the idea of the farm and everything you've done so far. And I mentioned this before too. I saw on your page it said ways you can help is to pray, volunteer, and give. And I was like, I can't volunteer because it just doesn't work out with my schedule, or I live kind of out by the stadium, so I'm out a ways from you. But I can pray and I can give, and I wish I could volunteer, but maybe that'll come down the line. Who knows what'll happen? But yeah, I think it's awesome what you guys are doing. So, and was there a point trying to figure out, is it something like where you had this vision several years before you started it, or did it just like all of a sudden one day you woke up and you're like, I'm supposed to do this? Or if you can kind of give a background on that.
So, with the ministry in general, we knew, I had been homeless early on in my life. I lived out of the back of my car for a year and a half, and I knew that we wanted to reach out to homeless families to start out with, because both my wife and I had experienced homelessness. Her family had been homeless as well, as her dad suffered an injury early on and broke his neck, and he went without a job. And so we both had a passion for families that were in that position. And then as we started doing ministry early on, we connected with a lady who had a horse farm, and I worked for KVC for about 5 years, and we started taking young men who had been involved in gangs and kind of that were at the last string on their rope of their journey before they go into either detention or put in the system. And so we started taking them out to a farm to do horse life, and it was amazing what the transformation that took place with these young men going out to a farm and not only riding horses, but just doing chores, and they were building stuff. I remember one group we took out and we built a deck over several weeks, and just seeing these young men that most people had written off find life in doing work on the farm and outdoors. And so we started a dream back then about opening up a farm. And then, I got a job in the school district and started coaching baseball and football, and we got really locked in with our community in the district. So we kind of stayed on board with that, and we were 10 years with the KCK school district, and just enjoyed it. Really, really loved working with the kids and families, and helped us to understand even on a deeper level what was needed in the communities, especially on the ends of like kids who are in foster care. We start to learn more of the numbers. I mean, there's over 7,500, 8,000 foster kids in Kansas, and even in the small city of Wyandotte County, where there's only 160,000 people, there are almost 600 kids in foster care, and that's over 10% in the whole entire state of Kansas is here just in Wyandotte County, and there's another close to 600 in Johnson County. So, the entire state of Kansas foster care, 25% are contained within this small area. So we started to become passionate about that world, and most of the young people that we work with in our neighborhood are involved in foster care in one way or another. And they've either been in the system or they close to being going in the system, or they just got out of the system. And so we started developing programming around that, and about 3 years ago we were getting ready to move to Belize, actually, to go work in an orphanage. And you kind of asked for what was that moment when we decided that we wanted to start going after the farm. And my wife's mom was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer about a month before we were getting ready to leave to go. We were going to work in an orphanage there and kind of prepare for farm life. It was set up kind of exactly how we wanted to set up our farm. And we ended up not going and stayed here with Courtney's mom. And then I got cancer a few months after that. And this became kind of a crazy 2-year journey for us. And then after we came out of that, we really decided that we were going to go full bore, and our board members were excited about chasing the farm dream, and we were excited. So we left the real world job life and started going full time with the nonprofit, and raising up a capital campaign to raise money to move forward. And we just kept praying. I mean, every step of the way that we've gone with this has been bathed in prayer with our family, with the people on our board, and the people that are in inner circles. And we just feel like we're being led each step of the way. And we had kind of a road bump a few months back. We thought we had some land, and it didn't work out. Kind of at the end, we felt like we rang the doorbell, and we were getting ready to go in, and then the rug kind of got pulled, and so we went back to praying. And so everything that we do along this process, we seek God fully. And we know that the answers that we receive are from Him, because we pray fervently each step of the way, and we know people are praying over us. So we're waiting patiently for that land to pop up, and when it's His timing, we believe that it'll be there in all its amazing glory. So.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I've seen it time and again in my life. Oh, that money I needed right then was boom, there it is. I just felt like giving you this money. Oh, okay, cool. So I'm with you. You mentioned about support, trying to find land and raise some money. What different ways are there, like avenues to give? Do you have like a fundraiser page, or I know you have events as well that you put on. If you could talk a little bit about those as well.
So this year we're hopefully going back to an in-person gala, which will be November, I believe it was the 12th or the 13th. And we will also, for the first time, we'll be doing a golf tournament this year, which we're really fired up about. I'm fired up about.
Right.
I love the gala, but it's kind of I don't know, it's tended more towards the female side of things. And I'm an athlete, so I've enjoyed getting together with a couple of my athlete buddies and putting together a golf tournament. So we're hopefully finalizing the location here within the next week or so. It'll be either the first or second week of September. We also, have spots on our web pages, carrythecross.org and on eagleswingsfarm.org, where you can donate. And that we've just joined up with Network for Good, who is the main fundraising avenue for Facebook fundraisers, and so we really liked how they worked out with all the Facebook fundraising that we've done, and so we hopped on board with them, and it's a great system. It's very easy to use and very easy to access. Um, we're also connected with Perception Funding as well and a Give Transform site. But we feel really blessed. The amount of money that's come in over the past year or so has really been God sized, and I could never have dreamed of that happening like that. So we're super thankful that He's just blessed us in that way and put us in a position that we can buy land if that time comes around. So.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it's coming because you've been sowing the seeds, and the rain will come and the way it'll go. But um, I don't know what else to ask. I feel like I've asked everything. Is there anything you can think of you want to go over related to the ministry that I haven't covered?
I just if anybody we're coming around a time in our space out at the firehouse, which is what we call our ministry spot in Kansas. If anybody is wanting to volunteer at any given time, we're starting into our program, and we have several different programs. We do an outreach at our home weekly where we serve a meal, and then we do homework support, mentoring, and then Bible study and prayer time, and we have a program called Explore KC where we take young people around the city to events, to restaurants, to just have exposure to what's going on around the city. We could do back to nature. We go out hiking. We go view different nature areas. We're going to take a trip either to the mountains or to the ocean this year with some kiddos that have not been exposed to that before. And we're also setting up a new program this year where we have people volunteer to cook a meal in their home and have us bring 2 or 3 kids over and learn how to just be in somebody else's home. How respect and manners and visiting and getting exposed to other folks that are outside of their circles. And so if anybody ever would love to volunteer, those are all accessible at the carrythecross.org page. And you can contact us and reach out. We would love to plug you in somewhere in one of those areas. So we're hoping that with COVID restrictions, things can continue to open up and we can go back to a little bit more of how things used to be. And we've kind of stayed open and running pretty much this whole past year with precautions, and God's been super good to protect us and our family from things, and so we'll just continue to move forward and try to bless as many people as we possibly can.
Awesome. Yeah. I know you and I are both really big baseball fans. I've been a fan of the Royals for several years, also the Cubs as well. I asked Farzin, who I had on earlier, his thoughts, how many wins he thought the Royals would get this year, and curious if you had a number to put out there.
I'm going to tell you something. I think people are going to sleep on the Royals this year, and they're not going to be ready for what hits. And we've got a couple young bucks coming up, especially on the pitching staff that have the ability to light it up, and things come together this year. I'm looking to a possibility of 88 to 90 wins. Now, people are going to laugh and chuckle a little bit and say, there's no way. But if you look at what this team was doing at times last year, it looked a little bit like 2012, right before that, the waves started to come in. Those guys coming up from Double and Triple A, and we were out at the stadium from basically 2013 to 2015. We were there for most of that, and my favorite moment, of course, will always be the wild card game in 2014. Never sat at a baseball game quite like that before, and I've watched hundreds, if not thousands, of baseball games. It's in the thousands with games I've played
Yeah.
and watched, and the energy at that ballpark. I would love to see that again, and I think we're far enough removed. 6 years removed from 2015, where people are going to be just as passionate about Royals baseball when it kicks into gear again. And we've got some bats. We've got guys that can make plays in the outfield and the infield. I mean, it's and if Salvi can have another year like he had last year and really be a stalwart in the middle of the lineup, I mean, man, it just with Soler and Carlos. I mean, it looks really good. I'm just going to be
It
honest.
does.
I'm excited. It may not turn out, but I have high hopes.
Oh yeah, I do as well. I'm kind of in the. I don't think they'll necessarily contend this year, but they're going to kind of move into that next tier. Uh, if you baseline it, just what they're if everybody plays their average season, they're probably about 72 wins. But if a couple guys have a career year, maybe some pitching comes in, there are no major injuries, like no ligament tears or anything like that, they could get into the 80s real easily. Um, and so I'm with you there. I'm not necessarily going 90 quite yet, but you're not crazy.
I'm an eternal optimist, Cam.
Yes.
We've
Yeah.
got just the fact that we have Davis and Holland back on the team.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
The vibes that are coming. We've even got Irvin Santana, who was kind of at the front end of all of that as
Oh,
well.
I forgot about that. We signed him. Yeah, we did.
Yeah, it would have been neat if Ferreira could have closed out with us and retired a Royal instead of retiring. I was kind of sad to see that.
Yes.
I can't remember what his numbers were for 2020, but his arm may have gotten to that point where he just couldn't juice it up anymore. I think he's 35.
He's 31.
31. Oh,
Yeah,
man,
he came up at 21 years old. He's been in the league 10 years. So.
It would have been nice to see him retire as a Royal. I think he has a lot of love for Royals fans. KC has a lot of love for him. So to have DH back again would have been pretty cool.
Oh yes.
We'll take Double H.
Oh yeah, Double H. Double H. I like that. And the Chiefs, of course. I don't know. I think you're a football fan as well, but the Chiefs had a disaster of a Super Bowl there. But overall, it was a good year. But have any thoughts on the Chiefs?
I do, and actually, I was preparing for my Sunday school message, and I actually going to use 2-3 Jet Chip Wasp in my Sunday school class tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
We're gonna go back and watch the turning point moment from the 2020 Super Bowl to kind of get over these nasty feels that we got from a few weeks ago. But talking about how plays are actually developed, and when people get into their walk with Christ, it's somewhat difficult, and sometimes they read the Bible and it's kind of hard to read. And I can't imagine being a rookie and opening up a 500 playbook.
Oh man.
And just be. I mean, I was looking at playbooks online today, and it's crazy. And most of those guys, when they first get in the league, are 22, 23 years old, just out of college, and man, it could be crazy and overwhelming. I feel a lot of people feel that way with Christianity sometimes, that they open up the book and it's a little bit overwhelming. But the more you study it and the more you dig into it, and you learn the opposition, right? The Chiefs, I mean, that they knew what that soft zone defense was going to bring, an opening, and they ran that play to Tyreek on 3rd and 15. And it even came after a little bit of adversity. If you remember, he had a play where it was 2nd down and 15, and they were going to pick up that 1st down. And the play was ruled that the ball was on the ground. And so there was adversity there, and Pat got up and led his guys and hit one of the longest plays against one of the best defenses in the league. Only allowed like 14 of those plays the entire season of that distance kind of thing. And it was just crazy how that all came to be. So trying to relate that to life and how we can overcome some of our circumstances by really digging into the playbook and the Bible and watching God do things that only He could do. So.
Yeah.
But on the Chiefs side of things, I'm disappointed, but excited, and we've got a good core, and I hope that this is not an Aaron Rodgers type deal with Mahomes, and
Right.
we can get back and put a few more titles under our belt, and roll with this for some years to come. So.
Oh, absolutely. And I think even if, and I don't think this will happen, but even if they never make it back to a Super Bowl with Mahomes, that contract would have been successful because they did get two Super Bowls and won one at least. I'm hoping for at least another one or two more at the least, possibly, three or four. But again, the optimist in us. But yeah, given the offensive line issues we had going into that game, we were basically down 4 guys, and we had one guy move out of position. The way Patrick Mahomes played in that state, he had one of the worst games I've ever seen in my life, and ran for almost 500 yards on his dropbacks, and I mean he was making throws that almost were caught, too. That's the thing. They were like catchable balls where he's like on the ground, parallel to the ground, and it's like I'm just like I wouldn't even be able to play football first of all, but if I were able to play football, I wouldn't be able to make those throws in a million years. I don't think any other quarterback, not even Brady, would have. It was crazy, but we'll get him next year and go from there. I don't know what. Okay, it's 5:24. In this last, few minutes we have here, do you have any specific requests for help, or any specific things maybe we could be praying for, or anything like that?
Our family, we love a prayer covering. We feel like it's the only way that we survive doing what we do on a daily basis is to be prayed over, and to have the saints really lifting us up. And there's days where we feel like we're going up against some mighty odds, and we can feel the worldly pressures coming against us. And if anybody's out there listening right now and wants to say a prayer for our grandma, she had a stroke. She actually lives with us. She's 95 years old, and we brought her home from the hospital a few days ago. She could really use some prayers. The right side of her body is pretty locked up, and she's an amazing lady. We're blessed to have her with us. She's her spirit is up. She makes the best faces. I wish I had pictures and gifs of all the faces that she makes throughout the day. And she really lifts our spirits, seeing her, overcoming the frustrations of not being able to move your arm at all. I just can't imagine what that would be like to go from one day to the next, just looking down and not being able to move your arm. Yet she stays super positive and encourages us. And so pray for her that God will just hold her in His hands, and pray for the young people of our neighborhood. They haven't been used to being out and around each other, and things are a little crazy. We go to church at Lenexa Baptist, and we took 5 young men to church with us the other day, and they were getting back into the flow of what it looks like to be around large groups and be around others. And we'd love for these kids to get used to being back in that flow with school and life, and really pray for them and their families, because there's a lot that goes on in that context. A lot of people are hurting and struggling right now, and pray that we'd be able to meet whatever needs come up with them, and just to be a light for Christ to whoever comes around. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely will. I've been seeing your posts about Grandma, and so definitely we'll keep that going. And then you mentioned the websites. It's On Eagles Wings farm.org, I believe it is, and then carrythecrossministries.org.
Carry the cross.
Carrythecross.org. Not ministries, but carrythecross.org. Yes. Yeah.
My kids with On Eagles Wings Farm, it's hard enough. They call it Eagles on Wings Farm.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
There's always a mix up there. But yeah, and if anybody needs anything, if you need prayer, if you need encouragement, go to church, you can get in touch with us through the websites, and we would love to get you connected however we can. We also help people with rent support and electricity bills and things like that, and food. So if we have a food pantry that we run and by appointment, and if anybody has needs along those lines, they're welcome to get in touch with us, and we'll do anything that we can to help you out.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Is there a phone number as well? If people maybe that aren't web savvy, of course, if they weren't, they probably wouldn't be watching this. But is there a phone number that people can reach at as well? Or
yeah, just the 913-515-0045.
Alright.
That's my direct number, and we try to answer all calls that come in. So.
Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely. It's been a pleasure. We never see each other as often as we should, but hopefully that'll change soon. Glad to have you on. And did you have any last parting thoughts or anything you wanted to say before we wrapped up?
Just appreciate the opportunity to hang out with you for a little while.
Oh yeah.
It's good to see your face, and we do need to stay connected more, and keep on keeping on, keep on doing good for the city of Kansas City, and reaching out and helping bring hope and restoration and to the city of Kansas City through the love and grace of Jesus. So.
Yeah, awesome. Well, I'm glad to have you on, Jason. I'll let you get back to your family and the friends that you have there, and thank you for coming on. And we'll catch you. I'd love to have you on again, so we'll do that. Alrighty.
I'll come on there, and we can throw down a little MLB 2020 something. I don't know. I play my boys in that game.
Oh yeah. I don't have that system. I don't have a PlayStation in order to play it, but I might have to get one so we can do that. So. Oh yeah. Alrighty. That was good to see you, and we'll alrighty, thank you.
God bless.
Bye-bye. That was Jason Neland, and make sure we end the meeting. Why won't it let? Oh, that's why. There we go. Okay, got it canceled. That was Jason. I've known Jason for years and years and years and years and years. On Eagles Wings Farm and carrythecross.org. I'm going to check out that site as well. Here it is. Carry the Cross Ministries. Love, serve, restore. Established 2005. It's a faith-based organization that exists to serve children, families, and young adults who have experienced trauma and are trying to overcome life's most difficult trials. Work began in 2005. We purchased the Firehouse, a fourplex located in the heart of Kansas City. Our mission is to establish transitional housing for the homeless and serve the families in our community. We knew that through loving God and loving others, we'd be able to provide a stable, caring Christian family support system to those without one and help the lost find a way home. Over the last 14 years, we used our resources to host community events and conduct neighborhood outreach, which has connected us with those in need. It's been our privilege to see how God has used these long-term relationships to open doors to new ministry opportunities and equip us to better serve our neighbors' physical, spiritual, and emotional needs. So there's some of the ministries they have. The Firehouse, Illuminate, Equipped Mentorship, Explore KC, Back to Nature, On Eagle's Wings Farm, and New Hope Food Pantry, and he touched on all of those. Let's see. 2020 totals. 230 adult connections, 2,840 youth connections, 480 mentorship hours, 4,500 meals distributed, 2,880 total hours served. They have some partners: Emmanuel Baptist Church, Hallmark, Sheer Madness, Am Fund. Let's see, Cassie Anderson. And there's their numbers, 913-515-0045. You can email info@carrythecross.org. And there's their address, 5517 Freeman Avenue, KCK 66102. They're a proud member of Nonprofit Connect, Network, Learn, and Grow, GuideStar Gold Transparency 2021. And they even have a Facebook page. So go give it a like. Carry the Cross Ministries on Facebook. There's also one for On Eagle's Wings Farm as well. I think I like this page already. If not, I'm going to like it on stream. Yep, I like it already. I like it a lot. Oop. We'll, what's that? And, oh, he has his email there as well, jneland@carrythecross.org. And yeah, good stuff. I've known Jason a long time, but we don't talk as often as we should. We do talk on Facebook every now and then, but just life, the cares of life getting in the way. But good to be on with Jason, have him on, and give him a chance to showcase his ministry. So I was happy to do that for him. We're gonna go into the closing here of the stream, and I'm just gonna do a brief recap of what we've done so far. So we started with the introduction, and then I loaded up some Out of the Park baseball and played that for a while. And then we had Farzin on with us. And we talked a little Chiefs, we talked some hockey and basketball, and then went back to Out of the Park for a little bit. No, I'm sorry. Then we played some Christmas light videos, and then had my interview with the Critical Android that started around 2. And then played some NBA 2K21, won the game over the Sixers, 130 to 111, I believe was the final. And played a little bit more Out of the Park, did a Royals historical sim. And then we just got done speaking with Jason Neland. So it has been a fun-filled evening, morning, afternoon, and evening so far. And we're going till about 6 o'clock with this. I think what I'll do, I haven't tuned this thing, but I'm going to go ahead and tune up my guitar and maybe do a little picking for y'all. So, got the capo on there right now. We'll take that off. I'll get that. Okay, we'll stretch out here. There we go. Lift that arm. Okay, that one's tuned up. Actually, that's pretty good. I'm just going to do a little I just love picking guitar. I could do it for hours. And then I picked this thing up, the capo. I purchased this a few weeks back, and man, it's just amazing how it can transform the sound. Whoops. You can move this around and get all sorts of different. I'm just playing around. Go back to standard tuning and grab a Sipsky. Got about 20 minutes. So, it's a song I've been working on. I'm going to play the patterns, the chords. I'm not going to sing, though. But, okay. Okay. Alright, so that's the basic structure of the song as far as the guitar playing goes. I am going to, as we come close to wrapping up here, I'm going to pull up the actual song and play it for you all that I have recorded. It's one of many that I have currently working on. So we're going to mute that real quick. It's called Eternal Burn. I really like this one. I feel like I didn't write this song. This song wrote me. So we're gonna play it here. Do a side by side.
What if it were a crime to live for him? Would I continue to live in sin? This surely got me to think. Here is what I choose to sing. Praise Him all my days, stand in every way. Take my time today, be like Him today. Change my point of view to what He would do. What would Jesus do? That's what I should do. If choosing Christ were a felony, there's no doubt to where I'd be. I'd be down on bended knee. I will proclaim eternity. Praise Him all my days, stand in every way. Take my time today to be like Him today. Change my point of view to what He would do. What would Jesus do? That's what I should do. Praise Him all my days, and in every way. Take my time today to be like Him today. Change my point of view to what He would do. What would Jesus do? That's what I should do. Now's the time to make your choice.
Alright, so that was Eternal Burn, a song I've been working on. And what inspired that song? I had the riff worked out before any words. But what inspired that song was a good friend of mine, Dan Sorif, posted something on his Facebook, and all it said was, if it were illegal to be a Christian, if being a Christian, professing Christ, put you in jail, would you still do it? And the answer came back. I was like, Dano, I'd rather be in jail and professing Christ than to not, and, live with that for the rest of my life. And so, seeing that, in fact, let me see if I can find it. But that was what did it, was seeing that post. So let's see. I'm going to try to find it if I can. Well, I can't find it, but yeah, I can't. I'm not finding it. Wait, is this it? No, that's not it. Yeah, I'm not finding it. But that was a thought-provoking post, and he has a lot of posts like that. In fact, let me just go to his profile. But Dano's a good dude. We used to go to church together. Let's see. I'm gonna scroll. Yeah, it's not letting me scroll. It's acting weird. So what we'll do, I'm gonna go back to where we started. All this started at 11 o'clock this morning, and I've been rolling ever since. So let me get that information pulled up. And you can go to nonamenerd.com. You can use my promo code CamDog83 at checkout and get 10% off your order. They have custom jerseys. You can customize anything. Hats, t-shirts, wife beaters. I keep saying that. Coffee mugs, masks. If you have a special project you want to design, you can do that. There's No Name Nerd merch. Wristbands, bottle covers, hoodies. All sorts of great stuff. And my podcast, Observations and Comments, available wherever you get your podcasts, whether it's Apple Podcast, Breaker, Google Podcast, Overcast, Pocket Cast, Radio Public, or Spotify. It is available there. And again, one last time, nonamenerd.com, 10% off. Use my promo code CamDog83 at checkout. You get 10% off your order, and you help support my stream and everything else, too. So, I want to thank you all for tuning in. My thanks to Farzin, Vousoughian, the Critical Android, and Jason Neland for tuning in. And we'll do this again. I don't know when, but I plan to do another one at some point. Maybe in the summer. I might do another one of these. And I am on every Friday, 11:30 p.m. Central Time, streaming here. I do a weekly radio program Wednesday mornings from 10 to noon Central Time right here. So if you're watching this here, you can find that radio program there as well. And we'll be doing a music podcast with my friend Woof, called Rewind Skip Stream. That'll be on another channel. Here's the what my radio program looks like. So I will next be on Wednesday morning, 10 o'clock, for another CamDog83 radio program. Until then, this is CamDog83 saying so long, and thank you for tuning in.